Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571 HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and a call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Terry Jean Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 8 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right. Our first case in our calendar this morning is a protest hearing, status case number 25PRO00053, Canart, DC, license number 130807. Good morning, Ms. Doriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Courtney Carlson, your access has been. Sue Guzman, your access has been elevated. Mitch Baer, access has been elevated. And I believe that is all, Chairman.
I'm sorry, you said these are all?
I believe that's all.
I can hardly hear you, sir.
Sorry, I just put my mic up. I believe that is all, Chairman.
No, I seen the chat. The chat. In the chat, I thought there were counsel
Jacoby
for
Whitley, access elevated.
Yeah.
And I think that's all, Chairman.
All right. Good morning, everyone. All right. So let me have the I guess I don't know. There's another person said James. I'm here. I don't know who that is.
I elevated them.
All right. So where's Good morning, Mr. Whitley. Can you please take yourself off mute? Can you please spell and state your name and who do you represent, sir?
Yes, Chairman Anderson. My name is Attorney Jacoby Whitley. That's JACOBY last name WHTLEY, and I represent the respondent in this manner, Canna Art, DC.
Are they here today?
I believe that one of the owners was present.
And who's
I
there?
think it was Mr. I think that was Mr. Sajmir. But Mr. Yard could be on the chat as well. I can't see the participants, so I'm
So
unsure.
is there someone that we need to elevate? That's all I'm asking. So is your client there that we need to elevate? Were they planning to participate? I'm just trying to find out.
I believe they were planning to participate. Yes, they are here. Mr. Yard is an attendee, and if you could elevate him, I would like to elevate him as well.
Mr. Yard?
Yes, Yard Basset,
Yes, sir.
Betsate.
And what is, sir? Is that it?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. So, Mr. Bassett, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
First name Yared, Yared. Last name Basata, Betsate.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I am a partner with Sajmir Ragami.
Can you spell that name, sir, please?
Sajmir, Sajmimer. Ragami, Rragami.
All right. Good morning, sir. Mr. Whitley, that's all for your side, sir?
Yes, Chairman.
All right. Ms. Carlson, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Courtney Carlson, Courtney Carlson.
And who are you, ma'am?
I'm chair of ANC 3F, ANC Commissioner.
Is there a Mr. Connor? Is he here?
Yes, Mr. Connor is present with Sue Guzman. Sue Guzman is ANC Commissioner for 3FO2. She is with Mr. Connor, who is running his gas station at the moment.
Well, is she representing Mr. Connor?
Well, we both were delegated to represent him, but Sue, can you get him? He's right.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
If you're representing him, then that's fine. You can just state that you're his
Yeah,
representative.
we were given designated representation status at the last hearing, but we were told he needed to be seen at this hearing, so we can get him if that's required. Mitch Baer, a commissioner of ANC 3F, also present, along with James Alfontis, a business owner, and Nick Gill, also a business owner.
Well, I think the only person that at least from my perspective that needs to be here is Mr. Connor. But if you are representing Mr. Connor, then Mr. Connor is here. If someone is representing him.
It was unclear when we spoke to Mr. Berman and Ms. Fletcher last time, whether or not my position as a designated representative would hold to this status hearing. So we wanted to make sure his voice was heard, along with my constituents, James Alfontis and Nick Gill, who are also business owners directly across the street.
All right.
Nick Gill is here.
Hold on a minute, please. As far for my conditional standing was offered to Mr. Connor, and I guess Mr. Connor, he's at 5008 Connecticut Avenue, which I guess is I see someone shaking their head. So, but I'm only dealing with Mr. Connor, so I need Mr. Connor to come on the line and introduce himself for the record.
Okay, I am here at his gas station. As I explained in the chat, he is
Well, I'm not reading the chat, ma'am, so it's
Okay.
like
Well, I
Yeah.
have no
Yeah.
idea if you are or not, but now I do know because you told me. I will get Mr. Connor. He is.
But you told me I can be his designated representative. Is that?
If you were designated, if he designated you as his representative, then he doesn't need to appear. I don't know that. That's why I'm asking the question. So
We did submit, we submitted a signed letter that I'm his designated representative, but
okay,
he
then.
also,
Hi.
here, there,
Okay, fine. All right,
This is
fine.
Mr. Connor.
Mr. Connor, just state your name for the record, sir.
Yeah, he said state the name for your record.
John Connor.
And you're all right. So, all right. And Ms. Carson is your designated representative. That's what I'm
Ms.
told.
Carlson
So that's
is your
fine.
designated
Yes,
representative.
she is.
All right, fine. So you're fine. So I therefore make a motion that we give full stand-in to Mr. Connor. Is there a second?
Okay, we're
Second
having a
motion.
hard time. We're having a hard time hearing you because, as I said, I am at a gas station with him.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. I can't help that. But at the status at the roll call hearing, Ms. Fletcher had given conditional stand-in to Mr. Connor. I know some other individuals were dismissed, and so what I need to do at this hearing, I need to give Mr. Connor. I need to give. Please do not write anything in the chat. I don't have time to read the chat, and so I don't want anyone to write anything in the chat. So you need to address the board because everything that is done here. We have a court reporter, so it needs to reflect in the records, and if it's in the chat, it's not a part of the record. So whatever comments needs to be made, it needs to be made to me as chair and not in the chat, please. The only comments that can be made in the chat is if you need to be elevated or you're having some technical issues. But if you're talking about substantive issues, it needs to be brought to my attention and I will deal with it.
Mr.
Okay?
Chair. Then I would just like to reiterate that as ANC Commissioner, I represent Mr. Connor by operation of law, and that's established in the statute from ANCs as well as the paperwork we submitted to the ABCA.
No, it's Ms. Carson, it's completely different. You do not represent Mr. Connor is seeking stand-in. So therefore, because this quirk in the law that says that a property owner across the street can have stand-in. So as the ANC, you would not represent him by operation of law because he would be granting he would have stand-in, even say, for example, if you sign a settlement agreement, and if Mr. Connor himself does not sign the settlement agreement, Mr. Connor could move forward with the hearing. And I've never done this is my first hearing where we're dealing with not necessarily an abutting property owner. We're dealing with someone across the street. And so we're trying to work out exactly what that means. But so that's one of the reasons why I have to give him stand-in so he can negotiate independently. Yes, you can also represent him, but he would have to designate you as his representative, and you would make that known at the hearing today. So
this is
okay,
our
that's the
first hearing
difference.
too. So I guess I just would say that I've also been named a designated representative. So I think.
And that's fine. And so you've brought that to
Thanks
my
for the
attention. And so
clarification.
yes, so because you have been named his designated representative, then you can speak for him, and I'm fine with that. So he doesn't have to.
Thank you
But
so much.
but what I have to do today, because he was granted conditional stand-in, is now have the board vote to grant him stand-in at this hearing. Mr. Whitley, you have your hand raised, sir.
Yes, Chairman Anderson. Prior to that vote, I would just like to supplement or offer that my client represents that John Connor does not have standing. John Connor does not have is not his personal residence or in his personal capacity is not across the street. The business that John Connor owns, C Shops LLC, is also not directly across the street. It's a little further. It's like not is off center, is not directly across the street. So prior to the vote, we would just like to offer that we oppose standing for Mr. John Connor.
All right, I know there's some, all right. All right. With that said, okay. Mr. Connor was here today, so I'll have all right. Miss Carlson, or if Mr. Connor is not, where is Mr. Connor's business?
Mr. Connor's business, sorry, I just need to look at the exact address in my notes. Mr. Connor has been an owner of that business for 64 years. It's directly across the street. He is a neighborhood, it's 5001 Connecticut Avenue. He's been operating that business since 1964. It is directly across the street, and it is a stalwart neighborhood business.
And so, Mr. Whitley, you're saying it is not directly across the street. Is that what you're saying? So, and I said before, part of the problem is that for on the alcohol side, it's a button, and so therefore it's much easier because the walls have to touch. So I believe that on the alcohol side there can be no dispute. The walls either touch or it doesn't touch. But what directly across the street means, this is a case of first impression. So the board has to figure out what the city council meant by directly across the street. Is it directly across the street? Is it to the side? I don't know. And so because you're objecting, I will what I'll ask that you do, sir, just have you filed in this, or let me see. I know that there are several motions. Who are I know there are motions for reinstatement that were filed, and I think all right, let me this is what I'm going to do.
Chair, may I respond to the
Ms. Carson, do me one favor, ma'am. When you speak, just identify yourself because we have a court reporter. So Ms. Carson, go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, this is Courtney Carlson, Chair of ANC 3F. I would just like to say that the ABCA is following a series of an overly narrow and illogical interpretation of the DC code. I think it's 71671. Actually, I think that is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to quote the correct code, but it's a very narrow interpretation of directly across the street. The process is created, and I believe this is the case also in terms of alcohol, that to allow the neighborhood to have a say. Mr. Connor has been operating since 1964. He is directly across the street with direct sight lines to the front door of Canna Art. This interpretation defies the logic. If there were no building across the street, would that mean that nobody has standing? It seems, not faithful to why there is the ability for business owners and residents to protest.
As I stated to you, Ms. Carson, this is a case of first impression in the sense that the city council provided stand-in to businesses or residents across the street. And so therefore it is up to us, the board, to look at the law and interpret what was meant by the council as across the street.
So Courtney Carlson, again, what would you then consider ABCA's affirmative interpretation of directly across the street?
I cannot respond to that at the moment, ma'am. As I said before, I have not seen the pleadings currently, and so I'm depending on our lawyers to advise us. So I know that motions were filed by additional members to say that they were residents to say they were across the streets, and they were dismissed at the roll call hearing. And so therefore the period for the applicant to respond has not expired as yet. And so we will the board will make a determination whether or not the the parties who were dismissed at roll call, whether or not they will be granted standing. And we will also make a determination whether or not, I know that conditional standing was granted to Mr. Connor at the roll call hearing. And normally what conditional standing would mean on the alcohol side is that the person would have to show up at this hearing. And once they show up at this hearing, I would grant them standing. But I'm still at a loss what it means across the street, since Mr. Whitley is stating that he's not across the street. I've not been to the location, so I'm in no position to rule. And I'm not stating that what you're saying, ma'am, is not factually correct. But you're the ANC commissioner. Of course, you know your constituent. But I don't know it. And so you've made an assertion. It's been contested. I am not in a position right now to say who is right and who's wrong. And so what I'm stating is that we will have whatever Mr. Whitley, if you have not sent anything contesting Mr. Connor's stand-in to say he's not across the street, you can send something in writing to the board, and the board will make a determination based on what's provided by both.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
we are Mr. Alafontes, Mr. Gill, Mr. Connor, Commissioner Bear, Commissioner Guzman, and I are all longstanding residents and business owners of this block. Again, Mr. Connor since 1964, Mr. Gill, I believe, since the 80s. Mr. Alafontes owns a piece of property plus several cherished neighborhood businesses. We all know that directly across the street refers to a property or location that is situated on the opposite side of the street with no obstruction, with direct sight lines, no intervening structures or properties in between other than the street itself. That is the definition of directly across the street. Like by mapping in terms of mapping, this is a very basic definition of across the street. Direct sight lines, no structures intervening. The street, if you look at it, if you were to stand here, you would have no question that these are directly across the street from the business. And I'm
as I
sure
said
it would be a
before,
very narrow interpretation to exclude these business owners from this case. That can't possibly be what the city council intended.
And I said, ma'am, I've not seen the history. I'm not part of the discussion with the city council because it's new. We don't have this in alcohol. So as I stated before, on the alcohol side, we have a group of 5 or more, a group, and then we have civic association, and we have the ANC, and we have a budding property owner. On the alcohol side, we do not have a cross the street, so therefore we don't have this type of discussion. And this is the first case that this board has faced for us to determine what was meant by the city council by across the street. So that's one of the reasons why I'm not making a ruling here. I'll take this on advisement for our legal office to provide us, the board, what it is that the legal interpretation of what was meant by the city council as across the street.
Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Connor was granted the standing.
No, ma'am, no. Mr. Connor was granted conditional standing. He wasn't granted standing.
Okay.
He was granted conditional. And so what I stated, normally on the alcohol side, if someone is granted conditional standing at the roll call, all they had to do is to show up today and prove that and provide whatever it is that the board's agent at the roll call would have told them what they had to do at this hearing today. And so as part of my briefing, I thought initially that because Mr. Connor showed up, that I can grant him stand-in. But Mr. Whitley is objecting to the board granting stand-in to Mr. Connor because Mr. Whitley is saying that he's not across the street. Okay, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you are right or he's wrong. I don't know what across the street means. I'm not, if this hearing was taking place on the block, the board could look and we can say, yeah, that's across the street. But none
Well,
of us,
actually,
who's speaking?
Sue Guzman, Commissioner Sue Guzman. Actually, since I am on my laptop at the BP, I can actually go outside and you can see that Canna Art is directly across the street.
And I said, ma'am, I'm not gonna make that ruling here. I'm not gonna say that. I just need I know that motions were filed by all the other businesses because they were not granted standing at the roll call hearing. Mr. Whitley has a period of time to respond. That time that period has not expired as yet. And so as soon as the time period has expired, the board will rule on whether I've asked for folks not to write anything in the chat. Please do not write it. It's distracting to me while I'm speaking when something is popping up on the chat. And if it's on the chat, it is not a part of the record. So the only thing that's a part of the record is if someone talks about it here and the court reporter captures that in the record. So please, no one should write anything in the chat. The only information that should go in the chat is if you need to be elevated or if you're having technical issues. Okay, please.
Mr. Chairperson, my understanding was the respondents had 10 days, which
I don't,
works.
as I said before, what I was told this morning by our legal office is that the period had not expired as yet. I don't know when he had filed. I don't know when you file your motion. I was just told by our legal office whatever period that he had to respond, it had not expired. And so as soon as that period has expired, if he responds, we will look at his response. If he has not responded, then then the board will issue a determination of exactly what that means. And I guess Ms. Guzman, you are outside and you want to show the board something. Yes, you can show me, ma'am, but I'm not gonna make out, but I will state for the record. So what is it that you're showing us, ma'am, Ms. Guzman?
I'm not sure if she can
You
hear
can
you. But
see, yeah, you can see that Canna Art is directly across the street. I am
What is
standing
Canna Art,
in
ma'am?
the
What's the
driveway.
hold on, ma'am. I don't know. Can you describe the building that you said is Canna Art? What building is that, ma'am?
It is
Describe what it looks like,
I'm showing
ma'am.
it, right, Commissioner?
Ma'am, listen, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am, Ms. Guzman. This is your neighborhood. Describe the building that
Yes.
you are talking about, ma'am. That's all I've asked you to do.
If you look over this shoulder, then you will see that there is a multicolored awning that is red and black that says Canna Art in white letters.
Okay.
It is right over this shoulder and to the right, like right there.
All right. And where are you standing, ma'am? And yes, ma'am. And where are you standing?
I'll show you right now. I am in the driveway of the BP. Right there. You can see sign right here.
Well, ma'am,
she's on the property of Mr. Connor's business,
and I am in
the BP.
All right. The only problem with this, and I'll let the record reflect, she had to shift the camera, so
she turned so she could show you the BP.
Yeah, but I
showed you.
But I can't. All right, I can't see.
Here is the BP. This is the gas station. Right here, it says BP.
All right, ma'am.
And then I am moving only the camera, and camera is right there.
All right, ma'am. Okay. All right. As I
I
said
just want to
before,
make sure could the other ABCA board members please affirm seen this?
all right. All right. Okay. If any board member wants to ask you a question, they can ask questions about what was just shown. But as I stated before, the board is not going to make a decision here. We're going to wait for Mr. Whitley. I do not know the timeline for you to respond, sir. So you need to respond. And if you're saying that you disagree with Mr. Connor, that standing be granted to Mr. Connor because Mr. Connor is not across the street. And again, I don't know what the statute says because this is new for us. I've not read the statute. I am not aware of the intention of the city council and what they meant by across the street. And so therefore and because this is a case of first impression, we have to be careful in us interpreting what it is the intention of the city council is to grant standing to a business across the street. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And is across the street directly across the street, or across the street is a building to the side? I don't know. I don't know if when the city council came up with this provision, did they mean you have to be directly across the street from this business, or can you be to the side of the business, like you're on the other side of the business? It's how far from this property, property sight line do you have to be across the street? And I don't know that. I can't
Mr.
answer that question.
Chairperson,
Yes, ma'am.
because there is a protest process, it seems to the ANC that the protest process is created so that the protestants can be heard. And an overly narrow definition of directly across the street disenfranchises people who and neighborhood stakeholders who should have standing to protest. You know, just the geography of the space should be interpreted such that people who are directly impacted by the business should be able to be heard.
And Ms. Carson, the businesses, they can be heard because standing was granted to you as the ANC commissioner. So as the ANC commissioner, you can represent their interests. You can make those arguments. You can call them as weaknesses. So say if we were to go to a protest hearing, you could call Mr. Connor, you could call everyone who is here, you could call them as a witness. The only difference is that those individuals, say for example, if you were to reach a settlement agreement with the applicant, and if Mr. Connor didn't agree with the terms of the settlement agreement, or the other businesses, if they did not agree with the terms of the settlement agreement, then the protest hearing would move forward in the sense that you as the ANC would fall out. So because you're happy with your settlement agreement, they're not happy, so they could move forward with the protest hearing. That's the only difference.
I understand, Mr. Chairperson. I would just say that the businesses in our neighborhood who are directly impacted by this business feel strongly enough about this process that they would like to be individual protestants.
And fine, and that's why.
And I think that to disenfranchise them would really misunderstand the intent of our city council. I mean, as a DC native, I can't believe that's what we would be doing to people who live here, is not allowing them to have a voice in the process of their own city in which they've invested and they are directly impacted.
And as I stated to you, ma'am, because it's the first impression, and so therefore the board will take its due diligence to make the proper determination on exactly what was meant by the city council with this regulation, with this law. Okay, that's
Just
all I'm
like to
saying.
just, and one last thing, it would seem again, as these are businesses that are already located on this block, that the burden of proof should be on the applicant. Why would the applicant want in a neighborhood where they seek to be a good neighbor, why would they want to disenfranchise their direct neighbors? The burden of proof should be on them to demonstrate why a protestant is not located directly across the street. Why would they not want Mr. Connor and other businesses to be excluded from a process while the council intended to be a public engagement process?
Well, I'm not going to say they're the ones who are contesting it. I just think that by operation of law, the board needs to determine who is across the street. We independently, we have to interpret our own law and rules and regulation. So this is a first impression case. And so therefore, we are going to have other protests, and other individuals might show up to say, I'm across the street. So therefore, we need to make sure that we are interpreting the law correctly. And that's all that we're doing currently, ma'am. So the board is trying to ensure that because it's a first impression case, that we properly interpret what the intent of the city council is. And so therefore, that's one of the reasons why we will, you have provided your arguments. Mr. Whitley will provide his arguments, and our legal office will review it, and our legal office will share with the board what legal thinks the interpretation of the law should be, and then the board will ultimately make the decision. What is it that we believe the intent of the city council is?
Mr. Chairperson, I certainly hope the board will consider the fundamental question of why the applicants are seeking to exclude businesses from this process.
I think one of the things that this is again new, because in the alcohol realm, businesses cannot protest another business. So
But more people have standing in the alcohol, five neighbors.
No. Business owners, neighbors, there's a difference. Okay, there's a difference. So the gas station a gas station cannot, let me say it this way. It's my understanding that a gas station, if a liquor store is moving next door to a gas station, and although they're abutting neighbors, the gas station itself cannot protest the granting of the liquor license. Okay, on the alcohol side.
Yeah, we're just following the process as we understand it, where business owners directly across the street have standing to protest.
And
very, very, very commonly accepted mapping definitions of directly across the street, those businesses are without any obstruction are directly across the street.
All right, and
Thank you
I've
so
heard
much.
your arguments.
Thank
and
you.
I've heard the arguments that you make, and the board will review, and then we'll make a determination whether or not stand-in can be granted to Mr. Connor and the other individuals who were not granted stand-in at the roll call hearing. Okay, ma'am? So we'll make the decision. All right, so let's move on from there. If this matter goes to a hearing, the hearing is scheduled for July 30th at 1:30 p.m. Are the parties familiar with protest hearing provisions? All right. Hold on 1 minute, please. All right. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things I would like to instruct the applicant and the protestant about, so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you have not received these documents, please contact our legal office following this hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABCA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this case. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you are representing, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and a copy of the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for the failure to submit has been submitted. Likewise, witnesses other than the party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you are aware, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 90 minutes to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. If you require more time, and if you require more witnesses, please file a motion with the board requesting additional time and additional witnesses. For cases such as this case, where there might be more than one protesting group, the board pursuant to section 1612.8 is requesting that the protestants designate one individual to represent the groups protesting the application. So what I'm saying is that, so if standing is granted to Mr. Connor and all the business owners, you have to all get together and decide who is a designated representative, who's going to represent all the groups at the hearing. Because we're not going to have the ANC, and we're not going to have Mr. Connor, we're not going to have each party put in their case on. So if standing is granted to all the other parties, then the parties needs to determine who will represent the group as a whole. Okay, ma'am? Any questions?
So that would be someone on the ANC or someone who represents the ANC would represent the ANC and any other protestants
Yes.
granted standing.
Yes, so because I can't have multiple cases, multiple lawyers representing 5 different parts. So therefore, you guys would have to, if standing is granted to Mr. Connor, if standing is granted to all the other parties across the street, prior to the hearing, you have to decide who is going to represent all the groups. And when we have the hearing, then you'll say who is representing all the groups. I think you want to say something, Ms. Guzman.
Thank you. This is Sue Guzman. So we need, just to clarify, the ANC has already been granted status as a protestant.
Yes, ma'am.
These other individuals are still in flux based on the board's determination. The ANC, combined with any allowable protestants, need to have one designated person.
That is correct, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. At the protest hearing, if we're going to go to the protest hearing. And in this particular case, if there's more than one protestant, yes, you can ask for more time and more witnesses, because we can say there are 5 protestants, so therefore we're going to need more than 90 minutes and we're going to need more than 5 witnesses. We might need to call 10 witnesses or whatever. So you'd have to make a motion to the board to say we need, because of the multiple group of protestants, we're going to need more witnesses and more time. Okay.
I have one additional question.
Yes, ma'am.
When does the time period expire for Canna Art and their legal representation to submit a protest for Mr. Connor standing? What is that date?
All right, I think that Mr. Whitley, did you contest stand-in for Mr. Connor? When was the first time you contested stand-in for Mr. Connor?
At this hearing, Chairperson,
At
I
this
was
hearing?
just retained yesterday.
Okay, at this hearing. All right, all right. Ms. Carson, when do you know when is it that you had filed or who filed a motion for standing to be granted to all the other parties who were kicked out at the roll call hearing?
I think that individual business owners and property owners, Mr. Alfontes and Mr. Gill, both submitted motions for reinstatement. But that was to happen 10 days after the initial hearing, which was on, I'm sorry, I've
July
I've
5th,
lost.
right? July
No,
5th.
when was the original the roll call hearing, Sue?
Yeah, I think it was, let me look, but I think it was July 5th. But
June,
remember,
June.
oh, June, I'm sorry.
June.
Sorry,
No.
hold on.
It was June 5th?
No, it wasn't June 5th.
It was June when?
Hold on.
It was I'm sorry, excuse me. It was June 16th.
16th.
So on June 16th, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Connor was granted conditional standing, and Mr. Alfontes and Mr. Gill were denied standing. At that point, they were told they had 10 calendar days to file a motion
Mr.
to
Gill, Mr. Gill, can you mute your line, please, sir?
And at that point, I don't know exactly what date Mr. Gill and Mr. Alfontes filed their motions to reconsider, but Mr. Connor was granted conditional standing on June 16th, and 10 calendar days from that point has long expired.
Yeah, all right, but as I stated before, Ms. Carlson, when you're granted conditional standing, it's up to the board to grant full standing. And as I stated before, ma'am, listen to me, please,
I'm
ma'am.
listening.
On the alcohol side, it would be just Mr. Connor showing up today, and then that's one of the reasons why I'd asked for Mr. Connor, and I was about to grant full standing, but Mr. Whitley is now stating that he does not agree with across the street. So I'm asking him that he needs to put something in writing, or unless he believes that his oral motion currently is sufficient, and we will make a decision in writing on whether or not we're going to provide full standing to Mr. Connor, and whether or not we're going to dismiss the other parties or grant standing to the other parties. Okay.
Mr. Chairperson, I would
Yes,
say
Ms. Lucy, yes.
that, the ANC feels that at every juncture, the goalposts keep moving here for us. We are required to do things in writing. We are required to put things in at 10 days. And at each turn, it feels like some of this changes. The rules, I know the rules are written, but again, directly across the street then gets reinterpreted. This is a lot of it feels like the goalpost is moving.
All right, ma'am. Okay, let me say this to you, ma'am. I know that our board agent, she can make determinations, but the determinations that are made by our board agents, it is not final until the board rules. So she made an interim decision that her interpretation is that standing should not be granted to these other individuals because they're not across the street. That was her initial recommendation. However, the board has not opined on her recommendation as yet. The board will issue a written order to state whether or not we agree with her or we disagree with her. The board will issue a written order on whether or not we agree with your interpretation of what that Mr. Connor is across the street, or what Mr. Whitley is stating. Okay, so once the board issues its decision, that is the decision. So
Does the
whatever
ANC
decision
have great weight in this situation?
Ma'am,
Because
listen, Miss Carson,
Yes.
The ANC can't have great weight talking about someone else having standing. The
No, no,
ANC
no, I'm
can
talking about just in
Yes.
terms of a determination of our, of our neighborhood.
No, man, but of course, the ANC has great weight, and the agency will will consider what was submitted by the ANC. However, when it comes to a legal interpretation of what the law states, you're not presented yourself today as an attorney. So therefore, although I'm an attorney, I am not the attorney
I'm a
for the
volunteer.
agency.
I'm an
But
elected
no,
volunteer.
I'm saying something different, ma'am. Although I'm an attorney, I am not the attorney for the agency. We do have a separate attorney. So therefore, the legal office for ABCA will provide to the board what it believes is the legal interpretation of what across the street is. And then this board will vote to say, yes, we agree with the legal recommendation, or no, we do not agree with your recommendation. And that's the final decision of the board, of the agency. So the agency currently, we have not issued a final determination what across the street. At the end of this hearing, ma'am, we will issue our decision in writing what the agency's, what the board's interpretation of across the street means, ma'am. Okay? We will issue something in writing, and either party can contest that matter in court, because it will be a final agency decision about what is across the street, what our interpretation of the statute. Okay, ma'am? So we have not moved the goalpost.
No, I
The
was just talking
board.
about the 10 days to.
No. But as I said before, I don't know. Our legal office is keeping track of the timelines.
And
I'm
we're
not.
learning, and we are looking at timelines. The ANC has spent tremendous amount of time working with your legal office to understand precisely what the rules are. And the onus on us as neighborhood representatives is very great. So that's what I'm saying. We have looked at these rules. We have talked to your office. We have scoured your website to understand precisely what these rules are. And
Right.
it does seem like we follow them, and then, again, at 10 days, 10 calendar days, and then 10 calendar days doesn't apply to
No, ma'am,
everyone.
no. There are two different things. Hold on, there are two different things. They have 10 days to file to contest, okay? So they have
Mr. Whitley is contesting. Isn't that the same?
No, listen, no, listen. They have 10 days because they were not granted standing. They had 10 days to challenge it. All right. Once they have 10 days to challenge it, then Mr. Whitley is given some additional time to respond to whatever they filed.
But that's
So
them,
therefore,
not Mr. Connor.
But Miss, at this hearing, Mr. Whitley is contesting the decision that I was about to make to say that I was going to grant him standing, because Mr. Whitley is saying that I don't believe he has standing. The board agent hold on a minute. The board agent was if she firmly believes that he should be granted standing, should have given him standing at the hearing. She only gave him conditional standing. So it's up to
She
this
also
board.
acknowledged she'd never been to the location, and she was just looking
And
at
she
the
does,
map.
and yes, ma'am, and that's one of the reasons. And I said
And that's
before,
why I was asking about the great weight granted
But
to
that's
ANC
not-
as experts in our neighborhood.
ma'am,
Yeah.
but that's not a great weight issue. This is basically interpretation of what the law is, what the statute says. Hold on, Ms. Guzman. This is interpretation. The city council writes a law. It's up to the agency to interpret the law. And so the agency, we're in the process of interpreting what the city council meant by the law. That's where we are, ma'am. We're there. And so you're giving us your interpretation of what across the street means. That's what you are. You as the ANC, you're as a resident, you're saying to the agency, my interpretation of the law is that it's across the street. we need to go look at the legislative history. And so therefore, we need to look at what the conversation is. When the city council decided that across the street, we then need to read the legislative history to say, what did they mean by across the street? Because um, someone down the block, they can say they're across the street because they're on the side of the street. So did they mean that it's directly across the street? Can it be to the side? Can it be 50 feet to the side, 100 feet to the side of across the street? Does that still qualify as across the street? And so in order for the board to answer that question, ma'am, we need to look at the legislative history, and then the board will issue a decision to say, this is what our interpretation of across the street is. And so based on our interpretation of what across the street is, Mr. Connor does not have standing, and these other businesses, they do or they do not have standing. The board will issue that decision. Yes, Ms. Guzman, this is the last comment, then I'm gonna end this hearing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, Mr. Connor had, okay, so Mr. Gill and Mr. Alifantis had 10 days from the determination of their rejection of standing to protest that decision, which they complied with.
Yes.
I would assume that if Canna Art and their counsel had wanted to protest Mr. Connor's standing as a conditional protestant, they would have had 10 days too. Today is the first day that we are hearing of Canna Art and Mr. Whitley's protest on Mr. Connor's standing, and that is way beyond the 10 days. So that's what we mean about changing rules and changing goalposts. We complied to the 10 days with Mr. Gill and Mr. Alifantis. Canna Art and Mr. Whitley have not complied with the 10 days regarding Mr. Connor. I do not believe, given those rules, that Mr. Whitley and his clients' protest should be heard. Additionally, that was not served to us. The first time that we have heard of Mr. Whitley and Canna Art's protest against Mr. Connor's conditional standing was today. We were required to serve Canna Art with our protests regarding Mr. Alifantis and Mr. Gill within the 10-day time period.
And by May 28th, the ANC had to issue our.
But that's different, ma'am, because we placard the note, we placard the establishment, and then you're given a specific period of time that you, the ANC, has to protest.
I'm not talking. I am talking about the roll call hearing. I am talking about why is there different rules.
Miss Guzman, there are no different rules.
Yes,
right?
there are.
Ma'am, listen to me, please, ma'am, okay?
No, I am listening to you. I am listening to you, and I am telling you that there are different rules. You are allowing Mr. Whitley to protest Mr. Connor's standing when it is well beyond the 10 days that Mr. Gill and Mr. Alifantis had. Please address that question directly, and I am happy to listen to that answer.
Ma'am, we will address this issue when the board issues its order. We will address that issue. Okay? Simple as that.
Are you validating Mr. Whitley and his client's protest of Mr. Connor's standing?
I'm in no position today, ma'am, based on this hearing, for the board to make a ruling on that issue.
But you were going to rule on Mr. Connor's standing. And you'd already asked for a second.
Yes,
and then
ma'am.
Mr. Whitley, with no notice to any of the rest of us, protests, and all of a sudden that evaporates.
Because people can you can make a motion on standing at any point. At any point of the hearing, ma'am, you're shaking your head. Let me finish, ma'am. I'm explaining to you. At any point, a party can say another party doesn't have standing and we need to address that independently. I'm not in a position to rule. And so therefore, because I cannot rule at this moment, I'm going to postpone it, and then we will issue a decision in writing.
When will
Simple as
when will that decision be issued?
It will issue shortly, ma'am. I can't give you it will issue before we have the protest. The protest hearing is scheduled for,
But we have
July 30th.
July
the-
30th, but we have another meeting next week.
Next
And the
week.
ANC is devoting a great deal of time to.
okay, so you can, ma'am, but the ANC, the ANC can have a meeting. The ANC can do whatever it is. The ANC can continue meeting because the ANC has standing.
No,
The
no,
A-
I'm just
Mr.
saying the
Connor-
ANC has another mediation next week on the 15th.
All right,
So
fine. And so the ANC should move forward with their mediation. The ANC can continue, the ANC in the interim can find out what Mr. Connor's interests are, what all the other parties' interests are, and in the interim, the ANC can represent their interests at the mediation. So, but as Miss Carson, and Miss Guzman is over Mr. Connor's business. And you have told me that you have been identified as the designated representative for Mr. Connor. So therefore, you will be able to express what Mr. Connor's interests are, what his position is at the mediation. And because I'm sorry, you guys have also stated that you're a long-standing community representative, you understand your community, you understand all the concerns and the interests of your community, and so you can have a conversation with Mr. Connors, you can have a conversation with all the other business owner and find out what their interests are. And when you go to the mediation, you can argue to say, Mr. Connor doesn't like this, and because Mr. Connor is one of my constituents, I can't agree to that.
Mr. Chairperson, I would just like to say, as a DC resident, I find that disenfranchising business owners and residents from this protest process to be something that I feel strongly about standing up for.
But I don't see how they're being
Because
disenfranchised, ma'am. Because
I'm looking at the actual
Miss
website.
Miss Carson,
The people who are
Miss Carson,
eligible to protest should
Miss-
be granted
Miss-
standing apart from the ANC, so they might represent their own interests. I can
Miss
represent
Carson,
them.
Miss
I'm happy to
Carson,
do so,
Miss
but I
Carson,
don't think people should be disenfranchised.
Miss Carson. All right. On the alcohol side, we have protests by the ANC, and we have a protest by 100 community, group of 5 or more, that consists of 100 residents. You decided that you are going to sign a settlement agreement with the alcohol establishment because the ANC is happy with the term of the settlement agreement. The other 100 participants, protestants who belong to that group, they don't agree with the settlement. However, by operation of law, their protest falls under the alcohol side. So are those 100 people being disfranchised? Are they being I mean, are their interests being represented? Because their protest gets dismissed. And I know that I don't know this factually, but as an ANC representative, there might have been protests that the ANC signs off, and there's group of 5 or more who also protest, but you know that by operation of law, if the ANC signs the protest, the groups, their protest falls. And ANCs routinely sign settlement agreement.
I've already
and-
signed a settlement agreement, Mr. Chairperson, with a cannabis retailer. The
Right.
ANC has
But-
already
I know,
signed,
but-
we've had a successful, non-protested settlement agreement that
Right.
worked just fine.
Right. But and since you've done that before, maybe it will happen this time again. Because you know what, I fully support settlement agreements because at the end of the day, this is your neighborhood.
And
both
the
of
reason
you-
that the ANC is protesting, sir, is because the applicant operated illegally in the same place where they intend to open their business. They were operating illegally as cited by Inspector Peru. So the ANC does not endorse illegal activity in our neighborhood.
But I think also part of it is that the transition from
It was
illegal.
well outside the timeline of the
No,
transition,
I'm
Mr. Chairperson.
saying something differently, ma'am. I'm just saying that one of the part of the decision that the board makes is that once it was established to have the transition from the illegal market to the licensed market, a lot of these establishments operated illegally prior to transitioning. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying generally. So I don't know the facts of this case.
Mr. Chairperson, I'll just to be very crystal clear, because again, I will remind you, ANC 3F has signed a settlement agreement with a business that worked within the process, within the legal process of ABCA and the ANC. This business did not work. This was well outside the timeline of coming into compliance.
And that's a decision if we go to a hearing, and if it's protested, the board will consider that. I think you have a, I'm gonna end this because it's 11:45. Miss Quinn, do you have a question you wanna? Yeah, you're on mute, ma'am.
That's precisely what I was asking for. We've heard the points on both sides, and I'm hoping that we get into this conversation.
All right. Okay. So, as I stated before, this matter is due on we have a protest hearing on the 30th. The board will issue a written decision on standing for Mr. Connor and the other parties. Okay. And good luck with your mediation. And maybe this matter can be settled. If not, we will see you at a protest hearing on June 30th. If not with all the parties, I know that the ANC has standing that we'll see the parties. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00020. Etopic Restaurant, ETHIOPIC, license number 83147. Mr. Oria, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good thing. Meseret Bekele, your access has been elevated. And I believe Mark Eckenweiler, access elevated.
Okay, fine. Can the parties come on camera, please? All right, so let's have the ANC representative introduce himself for the record by spelling and stating his name.
Eckenweiler, Mark with a K, last name Eckenwiler, here on behalf of ANC 6C.
All right, Mr. or Miss Bekele, can you please unmute yourself? Please spell and state your name for the record, please. Ma'am, unmute yourself. I can see you, but although you're frozen, so can you spell and state your name for the record? Hello? Ma'am, you're in a bad area, so I can't hear you. Hello? Miss Bekele, you're in a poor service area. I cannot hear you. You were on camera, you were frozen. Can you, why don't you just hang up and do a call-in and call in? Do you need the information for call-in? Ms. Dorian, can you please put in the chat the call-in area, so the call-in number, so Ms. Bekele, she can, ma'am, ma'am, can you spell your name for the record, ma'am? Ma'am, you're driving. Can you pull over? Just pull over.
She's not driving.
I'm not driving. I'm being.
But just pull over, ma'am, because the bottom line is that the signal is going to be, we're going to have a problem with the signal because you're moving.
Okay. Give me one.
So just pull over, ma'am, so you can talk. This is going to take a couple of minutes.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me now.
Just speak up, ma'am. Spell and state your name for the record, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Meseret. It's Meseret. and I'm the owner of the Ethiopic restaurant.
I'm sorry, what's your full name? Spell and state your full name, ma'am.
First name Meseret, Meseret. Last name is Bekele, Bekele.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters that you need to bring to the attention of the board? Both either side? No?
Nothing for the ANC.
Any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board, ma'am?
No, I think we're gonna work with the commissioner to
All right. All right.
to set up an agreement.
All right. Then if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a protest hearing on July 30th at 1:30. So good luck with your discussions. I just want to advise both parties, if this matter is not settled, 7 days before the hearing, you are required to do the PIP. That is that you provide us with the documents and witnesses that you're going to rely upon the hearing. All right?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good luck with your negotiation. Have a great day. Thank you. The next case on the calendar is case number 25 PRO 00023, the Capital Burger, license number 106205. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Manala Mahmood, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be all term.
Is there anyone from ANC and ANC 2G? Anyone there from ANC 2G? This hearing was scheduled for 10. This hearing was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 11:50. All right, Ms. Mahmood, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Of course. Hi, Mr. Chair. Manal Mahmood with Mali Sobrine Sandground on behalf of licensee MANALLE MAHMOUD.
All right, this, as I stated before, this matter was scheduled for protest hearing at protest hearing status at 10:30. It is now 11:50. ANC 2G is not here. So I'm going to make a motion to dismiss ANC 2G. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. ANC 2G has 10 days to provide cause why they failed to appear today. If the ANC fails to provide us cause within 10 days why they failed to appear today, or if the agency determines that their reasoning for not appearing is not reasonable, then the board will instruct the agency to move forward with renewing the license. Have a great day, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
The next case on our calendar, it's case number 25 PRO 00049, Bertha Club, license number 131904. This hearing has been canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and consideration. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00034, Nobu, license number 100894. Mr. Oriela, can you please elevate, or I guess she's already there. Can you elevate the representative of the group of 8?
Sure thing. Karen Strohecker, your access has been elevated. That is all term.
Thank you. Ms. Strohecker, can you come on the camera, please, ma'am, if you're able to do so?
Yes, and there are others. Sorry, the video's not working.
Who needs to be elevated? They don't have to be here today, but if you want them to be elevated, they can be.
Well, they've been on the call since 10:30, so I think it'd be nice if they could get on.
So can they put their names in the chat, and so we'll have them elevated, ma'am.
Okay. I could give you their names.
Yes, let us know who the names are and they'll be elevated.
That would be Jay Webb, also Erica Hale, and Gloria Smith. It's just Jay Webb.
I see that person on my screen and I see Gloria Smith.
Okay, great.
Anyone else?
Great, thank
It's
you.
just Jay Webb and Gloria Smith. Anyone else, ma'am?
I don't know if Erica's still on. She was initially.
I don't see Erica Hill.
Okay, she may have had to leave.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Mahmood, good morning. Can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Hi, good morning. Manal Mahmood with Malleus O'Brien Sandground, MANALLE MAHMOUD.
Good morning, ma'am. Ms. Straw Heckler, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your representation, ma'am?
Yes, my name is Karen, Karen Strohecker, STROHECKER. And I am one of 2 designated representatives for our group of 8, filing a protest petition for noise against Nobu's liquor license renewal.
So, Mr. Webb, can you please identify yourself for the record, please? I see Mr. Webb there, but does he need to be unmuted? And Ms. Smith, while we wait for Mr. Webb, Ms. Smith, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Gloria Smith, GLORIASMITH.
Good morning, ma'am. And Mr. Webb, are you there? Can you identify yourself for the record? It appears that Mr. Webb is having some concerns, but I want the record to reflect that Mr. Webb is on the screen. I'm not sure why he's unable to be elevated, but the record will reflect that Mr. Webb was here today. Ms. Mahmood, are there any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
No, Mr. Chair, we did attend mediation and the parties did exchange settlement agreement drafts, but it seems that we are currently at an impasse right now.
Ms. Straw Heckler, any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
I would agree. I thought during a mediation that we had a general agreement, but then when we received 2 versions of the settlement agreement, they seem to be restricting further the use of the restaurant sound system to only DJs when we had requested that it also encompass live music, because in the past that has been a problem.
I don't want to. All right. I try not to get to the merits of cases, so we can. You guys can maybe continue to hash it out. If you're unable to hash it out, then if we have a hearing, then we will address that issue. I see that, Mr. Webb. Can you please identify yourself for the record, sir? You're on mute, sir. I can't hear you.
I think I'm unmuted, but it's
Yes,
not.
sir. I can hear you now, sir.
Okay, great. Sorry. It's Jay Webb. It's Jay and then WEBB.
All right. Good morning, sir.
All right. Good morning.
All right. So if the parties are able to negotiate this matter to do a settlement, I support that you can continue talking. If this matter is not settled, then we have a hearing. It's scheduled for July 30th at 1:30 p.m. I just want to remind both parties that 7 days before the hearing, you're required to do the PIP that identify the documents and witnesses you're going to rely upon at the hearing if the matter moves forward. But I have faith and confidence in the parties that whatever the stickling issues are, that they should be able, hopefully they'll be able to settle these matters, because at the end of the day, it's a restaurant that's there, it's a renewal of a license, and so we want to make sure that the neighbors are happy with the continuing existence of the licensee in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you want to say something, Ms.
Yes, I just have a couple of questions. I'm unfamiliar with this process. And So is everybody having the the protest hearing at the same date and time?
Well, we're hoping that our legal office, they work magic. And so we schedule the protest hearings for these set of protest hearings, they're scheduled for July 30th at 1:30. And we're hoping that a lot of the cases will be settled, that folks are still talking. So I'm not sure if you heard the first case that we had, let me see, the last case I just called, the representative that they believe it's going to be settled. So, we schedule them and we hope that by the time we get to the protest hearing, a lot of the cases will fall off based on settlement. And if not, then we will have to reschedule it.
I understand, but point of clarification, the protest hearing for our case was originally scheduled August 6th at 1:30. Previously, you said it is now July 30th at 1 p.m. Then you
This is
said it was at 1:30. So I'm trying to get
all right.
clarification.
Miss Mahmoud, what date do you have? The date that I have on my calendar, it says that it's scheduled for July 30th at 1:30. What date do you have, ma'am?
One moment, I will check our records as well. I do have the protest hearing as August 6th at 1:30 as well.
Then if you have it for August 6th, maybe there was an error in legal giving me a date. So if you have August 6th at 1:30, then that's when the hearing is scheduled for. If that's not the correct date, then we'll provide you the correct date. But what was provided to me was July 30th. But if on the placarded notice, it has the date for the protest hearing. So that's the date that, whatever the date that's on the placard notice, that's when the hearing. So if you both have August 6th at 1:30, that's when the hearing is scheduled for.
Understood.
Okay, ma'am?
Thank you.
All right. So as I stated before, if you're stating that you guys are negotiating, that there are some sticking points, then I will say continue talking, and hopefully the parties can resolve the outstanding issues. And if the parties are unable to resolve the outstanding issues, then I don't have a problem having a hearing just to resolve the outstanding issues because So if the parties can't resolve the outstanding issues, then I would be open just to have a hearing on those outstanding issues. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman,
Thank you.
sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Webb. What's the question you have, sir?
Just a brief question. When you said you'd be happy to have a hearing to just resolve issues, I suppose it's a different forum than the protest. Would that be on a different date?
No, it's the same. The protest hearing would only
Would
if-
take that.
if-
Okay, understood.
Right. So if the parties have agreed to renew the license and all the other terms, so we could renew the license with those terms. And if there are outstanding issues, then we could just have a hearing on the outstanding issues. That's all I'm saying.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Okay. But I'm asking the parties to continue talking. I prefer, as I said before, settlements, because if the matter is settled, both parties are happy. If the board makes a decision, then one side is happy and the other side is unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll make whatever decision that we have to make. Okay.
Understood.
All right. Thank you. Have a great.
Thank you, sir. You too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 25 ULC 00057, The Garden, DC. This matter has been continued to August 6th at 10:30 a.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00721 Half Smoke, license number 100855. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the government and the licensee and witnesses in this case, please?
Good thing. Alicia Hogan-Miller, your access has been elevated. Investigator Jarita Millington, access elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Hogan Miller, can you spell and state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogenmiller, ALYCIA on behalf of the government.
And I see that the licensee is not here. Is the government, are they prepared to move forward?
Yes.
All right. Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25-447E, the board has the authority to proceed ex parte where the licensee waives the hearing or fails to appear unless the hearing is extended for good and sufficient cause. The board's records reflect that the licensee was properly served on May 13th, 2025. Seeing no licensee here today and having no good and sufficient cause to extend this hearing, the board will proceed with the show cause hearing ex parte. I assume you have a motion you're trying to make, Ms. Hogan-Mailer?
No, I'm ready to proceed with my opening.
Go ahead, ma'am.
May it please the board. We are here today on the sole charge of Half Smoke failing to have an ABC manager or owner on duty. During the hearing, you'll hear from Investigator Dorita Millington about how she went into Half Smoke and asked for the ABC manager or owner, and Half Smoke had neither. You will also hear from the investigator about how she observed the door open, patrons inside the restaurant, and the patrons drinking alcohol inside the restaurant. Based on that evidence, at the end of today's hearing, I will ask that the board find in the government's favor and apply a penalty consistent with the statute. Thank you.
That's fine, ma'am. Do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, the government would like to call ABCA investigator Dorita Millington.
Ms. Millington, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a witness, ma'am?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please spell and state your name for the record?
Dorita Millington, Jerrita, last name Millington.
And Investigator Millington, where do you currently work?
I work at the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And could I call that ABCA?
Yes,
And what is your position with ABCA?
I'm an investigator.
And how long have you been an investigator?
About a little over 2 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities as an ABCA investigator?
I investigate and inspect ABCA-approved establishments.
Now, turning to the case today, are you familiar with the establishment located at 651 Florida Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., Half Smoke?
Yes,
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I conduct a regulatory inspection.
And what day did you conduct the regulatory inspection?
September 19th, 2024,
And what day of the week was September 19th, 2024?
on a Thursday,
What time did you arrive at the establishment?
at around 9:20 p.m.
And what happened once you arrived?
I arrived, I identified myself, and I asked the manager on duty to speak to the ABC manager, the on-duty ABC manager.
And who were you speaking to?
I was speaking to a Chantel, Miss Chantel,
And
who was the on-duty manager.
Was Miss Chantel a licensed ABC manager?
No, she wasn't. She informed me that there wasn't a licensed ABC manager on duty.
Did she tell you whether or not an owner was present at the establishment?
And she also advised me that there wasn't an owner on duty.
What did you do once you learned that there was no owner or ABC manager at the establishment?
I advised that I was going to continue my inspection.
And did you find any other violations? Investigator Millington, you're frozen.
Mr. Orniak, all right, can you figure out what's going on for me, please, sir?
Yeah, I'm checking with her.
It went, everything went out, so I'm not sure if you asked me a question.
I'll repeat my question.
Okay.
During your regulatory inspection, did you find any other violations?
No, I did not.
So let's go back to when you arrived at the establishment. Was the establishment open for business?
Yes, the establishment was open.
And did you see patrons consuming alcohol?
Yes, there were patrons in the dining area as well as at the bar.
And was alcohol present and available for sale?
Yes.
Okay. Now, turning to your case report, did you complete a case report regarding the violation you observed at Hasmoke on September 19, 2024?
Yes.
Would you recognize a copy if I were to show it to you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to share my screen and show you what's been marked as Government's Exhibit A for identification.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Investigator Millington, do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is my case report.
Mr. Chairperson, the district would like to note for the record that Government's Exhibit A, the September 19, 2024 case report for Hasmoke is already in evidence pursuant to 23 DCMR Section 1713.10.
So noted and so moved, yes.
Investigator Millington, I'm going to move to Exhibit 1 of your case report. What is depicted here in Exhibit 1?
This is a copy of my regulatory inspection sheet.
Scrolling down, looking at this column that says hours of sale. On Thursdays, what are the hours of sale for this establishment?
From 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 2 of your report. Could you describe what's being shown in Exhibit 2 of this report?
So this picture is showing, if you, at the far, all the way to the back, there's a brown paper bag. It's showing the wine glass at the bar where the patrons are sitting. The wine glass is to the right of the bag. And then also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you describing the top left corner of the photo?
Yes.
And on the right side of the photo, what is shown in this photo?
That is one of the employees on the beer tap.
And when did you take this photo in Exhibit 2?
On the day of the inspection, September 19th.
Lastly, turning to Exhibit 3 of your report. What is Exhibit 3 showing?
This is the citation that I gave.
And as of today, has the establishment paid the citation?
No, they have not.
Thank you, investigator. I have no further questions.
Any questions by the board members? All right, does the government have another witness? Thank you, Mr. Wellington, for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank
No,
you too.
the government rests.
All right, thank you. Does the government wish to make a closing statement?
Yes, a short one.
Go ahead.
May it please the board. DC Code Section 25701 requires the establishment's owner or board approved manager to be present on the premises at all times during the establishment's hours of sale. Today, the government presented evidence in support of its singular charge: no ABC manager or owner on duty. ABCA investigator Jarita Millington testified that when she went to Hasmoke, she spoke with the bar manager, Ms. Chantel, and asked for an ABC manager or owner. Ms. Chantel was neither the ABC manager or owner and confirmed that an owner was not present at the establishment. You also saw that Hasmoke's hours of sale on Thursday are from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. So the establishment was open for business, had patrons drinking alcohol, and you saw the photo of the patron inside with wine. Because Hasmoke has failed to appear at today's hearing, and because the government has supported its charge of no ABC manager duty, we ask that you find in our favor and apply the maximum penalty under the statute. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The record is now closed. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 CIT 00721 half smoke pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act and deliberating upon case number 24 CIT 00721 half smoke for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
And I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. I'll now take a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much, Ms. Hogan Miller, for your testimony. For your presentation today. Have a great day. The board will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you. The next case in our calendar is a fact finding. This is for case number 25-251-00013, Barcelona Wine Bar. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Jessica Farmer, access elevated. Christopher Cohen, access elevated. And investigator Vanessa Plates, access elevated. And Ian Kitzmiller, access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Who's representing the licensee? I'm sorry, who is?
Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson. This is Jessica Farmer, and I apologize that my camera appears to not be working. It's Jessica Farmer, Farmer of Holland and Knight on behalf of the licensee.
And who's here with you this morning, ma'am? This afternoon, I apologize.
Yes, with me is my colleague Christopher Cohen, and also the representative of Barcelona, Ian Kitzmiller.
All right, so where's your co-counsel? I don't see. Oh, Mr. Cohen, please spell and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Christopher Cohen, CHRISTOPHER, Cohen, COHEN, co-counsel for the licensee here in this matter.
And Mr. Kitzmiller, please spell and state your name for the record, sir.
Absolutely. It's Ian, IAN, last name Kitzmiller, KITZMILLER. I'm the regional director for Barcelona Wine Bar.
Ms. Plates, please identify yourself for the record.
Investigator Vanessa Plates, VANESSA. Last name is PLEITEZ.
This is a fact-finding hearing. I just want to set the terms, just the outlines. A fact-finding hearing is that the board has not made any specific determinations about next steps. At a fact-finding hearing, we're just investigating, asking questions about the incident, and trying to get some answer. At a fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order the party to take any specific steps. The party of the board can ask questions and ask the party would they voluntarily agree to certain changes. The party can state that no, we're not going to do that, and the board cannot take that positively or negatively. So we cannot order the parties to taking any specific actions at fact-finding hearings. So we're just gathering information. At the end of this hearing, the board has two options. We can state that we believe that a violation occurred, and so we can we would send this matter to the Office of the Attorney General for them to again review the case and pursue this matter through a show cause hearing, or the board can state that based on our investigation at this hearing today, no further action needs to be taken. So those are that's what we will, the process that we will follow today. Any questions? What the board will call Ms. Plated for her to just explain to us why we're here today. And the board members are welcome to ask questions of Ms. Plates. And once the board members have asked questions of Ms. Plates, then you, Ms. Farmer, will have questions to ask of Ms. Plates, and if you have a formal position that you would like to put on the record of your client's position, you're welcome to do that. But as I stated before, we're just trying to gather information, whether or not, and what's the next steps. Any questions prior to starting, ma'am?
None on our end. Thank you.
You're welcome. So this is an incident occurred at this establishment on April 25th, and where a violent incident occurred, and so part of it is we need to look at what response, if any, how did the establishment respond to the incident occurred? Was this a preventable incident? Is this the time of the incident? So was this establishment operating as a regular restaurant, or was there some late night activities occurring here? And if that, are there any changes need to be made? And so those are the type of things that we look at. So the parties are not under oath, so I'm not going to swear anyone in. So therefore, because as I stated before, it is an informal matter. So Ms. Plates, maybe you can set the stage about how you became aware of this incident and when was this, ma'am? You can share that with us.
Okay. Yes, I was, this investigation was initiated based on a MPD 251 that was received, CCN number 25061149, dated April 27th, 2025, from MPD Officer Sean Wilderman. The report stated the following. On the listed date and time, MPD officers responded to the listed location in reference to a call for service for a man with a knife. Upon arrival on the scene, officers conducted a stop of S1, who matched the lookout given. S1 resisted the stop. Officers then located and spoke with victim or V1, who explained that S1 pulled a knife and pointed it to V1. S1 was arrested for assault with a dangerous weapon and resisting arrest and transported to the 3rd District for processing. S2 was impeding the investigation on scene at the listed location and hit V3 with their hands. Officers then conducted a stop of S2. S2 resisted the stop and would not comply with officers. S2 was placed under arrest for assault of a police officer, resisting arrest, and obstruction of justice, and transported to the 3rd District for processing. In the internal arrest report, written by Officer Sean Wildmans, statement of facts stated that defendant 1 stated that he did have a knife on him, and PD recovered the weapon. So on Wednesday, May 7th, 2025, I visited Barcelona Wine and Bar, and I spoke to ABC manager Mr. Lemuel Baezin and to the general manager, Mr. Carlos Pinado. Mr. Pinado stated that he was not at the establishment on the night of the incident. However, he telephonically contacted Mr. Kitzmiller. So I spoke with Mr. Kitzmiller. Mr. Kitzmiller stated that a patron notified security that another patron had pulled out a knife and threatened him in the bathroom. Mr. Kitzmiller advised me that security immediately contacted MPD, and moments later, the suspect was arrested. He also provided a written statement by the ABC manager on duty that night, which was Mr. Tavis Chartier. Mr. Chattis Tarvio's statement stated the following: on 4/27/2025, 5:10 a.m. Police incident right at last call. A man guest linked with Mason after they reported a man with a knife threatened them in the bathroom. Mason called the police and they were able to question both the perpetrators and the victim. Police found a switchblade style weapon on the perp after handcuffing him. The police then interviewed the victim and took the perp away to jail after the story was confirmed. Police reported needing the footage for the hall, before the bathroom, and in the front of the door area. When I spoke to Mr. Kitzmiller, he stated that he believed that the footage was provided to MPD on the night of the incident. I also asked him for footage for April 27, 2025 from 12:30 a.m. until 2:45 a.m. Mr. Kitzmiller said that he would forward my request to HR and that HR would get back to me shortly. On that same day, later that day, I received the email from Belen Ruiz, who is the director of HR. He stated that the footage was no longer available. I emailed Mr. Ruiz back and I asked him if the footage was provided to MPD and if so, if they could forward me the same footage. Mr. Belen Ruiz stated, he said, "Hello, Vanessa. We did not provide any footage to any other entities as the time frame from the date is no longer available. If you can provide any other time frame that you need, we look forward to seeing if the footage is available." So on Monday, May 12, 2025, I emailed Mr. Kitzmiller and Mr. Ruiz and asked how long they keep footage. They retain footage. Mr. Kitzmiller stated that the footage was only retained for 2 weeks. I then emailed them back and advised them that per official code, DC official code 25836, the establishment is required to maintain any video footage of a crime of violence or a crime involving a gun for 30 days, and that the footage has to be available within 48 hours. I did conduct an ABBA records check that determined that Barcelona Wine Bar and Grill does not have a settlement agreement or a security plan. On Tuesday, May 27th, I returned to the establishment, to Barcelona Wine and Bar, and I spoke to Mr. Carlos Pineda again, who is the senior general manager. He stated that because I had a few questions, but I was not getting a response from Mr. Kitzmiller after I advised him that there was a settlement. I mean, I'm sorry, that there was a violation. So I went back to the establishment, spoke to Mr. Pineda, and he answered my questions, which were they have a third-party security company called Blue Panda, who's represented by Keith Ascension. Mr. Pineda stated that security personnel they do not conduct searches, pat downs, or ID checks. Mr. Pineda also explained that Barcelona Wine Bar is just a restaurant. Mr. Pineda also confirmed that there were no special events taking place that night. They were just regular service. I did try to contact the security person that was involved the night of the incident. However, I was advised by Mr. Pineda that he no longer works for the establishment and was not able to speak with them.
What are the hours of operation for this establishment?
So on the date of the incident was Sunday. Well, it was Saturday night into Sunday. So Saturday night is 12 p.m. to 2 a.m.
And what time did this occur?
The incident occurred. Wait 1 second. The manager stated that it occurred right after last call.
And do you know when that is?
I do not have that in my report.
Okay.
However, I do remember asking Mr. Pineda, and I asked for footage from 12:30 to 2:45 because he said it happened around 2. Right after last call.
But if it happened around 2, but aren't they supposed to close at 2?
Yes.
All right, so what is supposed to happen as an investigator if an establishment, if their hours of operation are from 12 to 2, what is supposed to happen at 2
All
a.m.?
all patrons should be out of the establishment
At what time?
at 2.
So there should be no patrons in the establishment at 2 a.m. At
Right.
2:01. Ideally, there should be no patrons in the establishment at 2:01. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of establishment is Barcelona? What type of license do they have? Barcelona Wine and Bar,
They have a restaurant license.
CR license. Do they have any type of endorsements?
Give me 1 second. I apologize. I'm just confirming.
No, that's fine.
They have carry out and delivery, entertainment, holiday extension, streetery, and summer garden.
Okay. Were you able to ascertain was there any special events occurring this night?
I spoke with Mr. Pineda, he said that there were no special events taking place, only regular service.
Right. Now, when did the event occur? When did this incident occur again? The specific date?
So it's Sunday, April, sorry, April 27, 2025, at
All right, so it's April 27th. So when did you ask for the camera footage?
I went on May 7th,
And how long was
2025.
that after April 22nd, 27th?
I can check my calendar. So 27th. $11 days.
So 11 days.
Correct.
So what if if an establishment has cameras, um, so why is it that the camera footage was not provided?
They stated that they only hold footage for 2 weeks.
And
And they did not have it when I visited the establishment.
and you visit the establishment 11 days later, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, is there any provision stating how long camera footage must be maintained if you have cameras?
Yes, I did email Mr. Kitzmiller and advise him that per official code 25836, they must provide a minimum of 30 days camera footage.
And so after you provide that information to Mr. Kidsmith, what response, if any, did you receive from him?
He did not respond, and I followed up with a question, and he also did not respond.
Did you regarding making video available within how long is what time period does an establishment have to provide the footage?
48 hours.
And you did not receive this information from them within 48 hours, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you did you write a case report?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any violation?
Yes, the violation to DC Official Code 25836 because they did not provide the footage.
Okay, all right. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Good afternoon, investigator. You mentioned earlier that the MPD filed their report at about 5 o'clock that morning. Did the MPD request the video footage that morning?
So, the 5 o'clock entry was for Travis Chartier, who was the ABC manager on duty of the establishment. Per the police report, I'm pulling up now. It says 2:45. It says offense start time and date 1:45 and end and time date 2:45. That's what the police
Okay.
report states.
I don't have a copy of that report. Is there anywhere that indicates the MPD requesting video footage or Mr.
The only place
the
that
other
I saw
investigator?
was that the ABC manager stated in his statement that they requested footage for the hall after the bathroom and in the front door area.
The manager himself made that declaration. Okay. And he made that to you 11 days later, or he made that to the initial ABCA investigator?
No, that was the incident report. I'm sorry. Yeah, the incident report for that night. That's what he
Was
stated that night.
the MPD incident report?
No, their internal incident report, the established internal incident report.
Okay. So now you were saying the other investigator, did he create a report?
I'm sorry, what other investigator?
Okay. I was mentioning a 5 a.m. report. You said that report was written by the initial ABCA investigator. Did I
No.
misconstrue that?
No, I'm sorry. Mr. Kitzmiller provided me with an incident report that was written by the ABC manager, Mr. Travis Chartier, on
Okay.
4/27/2025 at 5:10 a.m., where he stated that
Gotcha.
the police officer needed footage for the hall and the bathroom area, the hall before the bathroom and in the front door area. MPD requested that to the manager who wrote that in his incident report.
Thank you. When I heard you say ABCA, I thought you were talking about the agency, not the manager. But now I have that correct. But I'd like to look forward to reading the MPD report and Mr. Kitzmiller's report also. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Are you done, Mr. Meadows? Mr. Meadows, you have another question?
No more questions. Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? Ms. Farmer, any questions?
Yes, thank you. I want to follow up on a few of your comments. Initially, you indicated you were unsure of the time that the incident happened, and it appears that subsequently you reviewed the police report that indicates that the event began at 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
And so that is still within the operating hours of Barcelona's license, isn't that right?
Correct.
And the police report would indicate the time that MPD arrived on the scene generally. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Have you spoken at all with anybody at MPD about their response to this incident?
I did email one of the officers, however, I did not get a call back.
Got it. And your investigative report also goes through a series of emails that you sent to individuals at Barcelona, including Mr. Kitzmiller. And I believe I heard your testimony to say that he did not respond to you. Is that right?
Correct.
Are you aware that Mr. Kitzmiller responded to your email on May 12th of 2025?
Yes, we
Okay.
did. I did. Yes. It was the email
Um,
after that that he didn't respond to. So I ended up going back to the establishment.
Was there any, let me strike that and ask a different question. Were the managers at Barcelona cooperative with your investigation?
100%.
Okay. And were they forthcoming with you?
Yes.
The one other thing I just wanted to clarify for the record with you, it is your understanding that it was Barcelona and their own security that contacted MPD after this incident, correct?
Correct.
And they made sure that the perpetrator stayed within sightline so that MPD could conduct any necessary investigation. Is that right?
I have no knowledge of that.
The one question I have, and if I could share my screen, that would be great.
So, can you please allow Ms. Farmer to share her screen?
All right, so hopefully everybody can see. This is your case report, correct?
Correct.
And I know you mentioned that this is just a violation for this DC code 25836, but right above that, do you see the DC code 82312?
Yes.
Did you also find a violation of that?
That is just a general violation that we put for incidents that occur with violent incidents involving violent incidents.
Okay. And then I suspect this is probably just an error, but you did not sign this investigative report. Is that right?
Let's see. It does not look like I did. However, everything is submitted electronically now, so it might just have been a error.
Understood. And you reviewed your report in advance of appearing today, I assume. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
The other question I want to ask you here, looking at my screen now on page 5 of your report, this is from when you went to the location on May 7th. And it sounded from your testimony like you went there maybe 2 or 3 other times to speak to different managers. Is that right?
So I went one other time. Everything else was via email.
Got it. When you went to Barcelona on both occasions, were they operating within the confines of their license?
They were closed.
Okay. I believe that is all of my questions for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up questions by the board members? All right, let's play this. Thank you for your testimony. I don't just stay in line. All right, so Ms. Farmer, I might have some questions, but how do you have any position or representation by your client about next steps or anything that?
We do. Thank you. So there was an issue with the camera system. I think that is fair to say. There are cameras. There also was a change in the security camera system relatively recently before this issue. It has been corrected. The cameras now record for a full 30 days. That is one of the first orders of business after receiving this investigative report. So that has been corrected. In terms of security, I know one of the board's concerns, especially with restaurants on 14th Street, is that they are actually operating as a restaurant. As I'm sure you are aware, Barcelona is a chain. They have certain brand standards. It is a restaurant. This was a situation that occurred between 2 patrons. There's not any nightclub activity or anything like that. The reason that they have security is really because of its location on 14th Street and the other issues that occur later at night on 14th Street, and to prevent, potentially unsavory characters from entering the establishment who are not coming to actually sit down and enjoy a meal. They serve food until last call. Last call is at 1 a.m. So this incident occurred by our records sometime shortly after 1 a.m. and MPD was on scene, according to our own records, within minutes. They immediately upon learning that an incident had occurred in the bathroom, called MPD on behalf of the patron. They obviously do not want anything of the sort to be occurring in their restaurant. It's a disruption to other patrons. It's a disruption to their own staff. And so they immediately called MPD, and MPD responded within moments and arrested the individual involved and a second person who apparently was causing issues for the officers outside of the restaurant. That being said, they certainly want to be in compliance with their license. We're glad to answer any questions that you may have, but hopefully have resolved this camera situation so that in the very unlikely event that something like this were to occur again, we have camera footage. The one other thing I would say, and I'm sure the board is well aware of this, there would not have been camera footage in the restroom anyway. There are no cameras in the restroom. There are only cameras in kind of the main areas. So there would not have been footage of the actual incident itself because it occurred in the men's room. And then my last point, they also cooperated with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and it is my understanding that the U.S. Attorney's Office has already obtained a plea from the individuals involved, so there was not any issue with, causing problems with the investigation or ultimate resolution of this with the individuals involved. They were willing to send witnesses, do whatever they needed to do to help the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Well, thank you. And you're correct that because the incident occurred inside the restroom, there would be no camera footage, but we would have footage of the individuals entering the restroom and departing the restroom. So,
Understood.
How many cameras does this establishment have? Do you know?
Mr. Kitzmiller, do you know?
Yeah, around 15 cameras.
And are all 15 cameras, are they able to record for 30 days or more?
They are now. Yes, that has been corrected and confirmed on June 30th that they are holding 30 days of footage now.
So, are you aware, sir, that if ABCA or MPD contact you, that you're required to provide security footage within 48 hours?
100%. And we have changed a policy where HR was waiting for a direct request from MPD to say, hey, we are requesting this footage, versus one of our managers putting it in the logbook. We are now capturing the footage if there hasn't been any incident, but if there were to be an incident, we're going to capture the footage and distribute it regardless. We don't have it on site in the restaurant, but we will distribute it as soon as possible upon request.
And so that's that an ABCA investigator can come and ask from a manager or the owner, and you are required to provide the footage within 48 hours.
Yeah, HR and IT can provide the footage. We don't have it in the restaurant, the DVR, but yes, we can provide it via email.
Well, there's an allegation by Ms. Platos that you were not responsive to our emails. Is that any reason? Can you provide any explanation, sir?
That morning, I had replied to her email saying, I am so sorry that the footage is not available. We had just upgraded our cameras, and I took for granted that they were still holding for 30 days. I didn't think that had changed from our prior system. So I was not intentional in any way. I just, as soon as she replied, go ahead.
No, I apologize. Go ahead.
As she replied again, I did see an email saying, who was the gentleman I spoke with on site? I believe I did genuinely just miss that email. I had nothing to hide. She had spoken to Carlos. We were on the phone with Ms. Pelates. I was trying to cooperate. She then sent me the longer email in regards to the violations. I immediately forwarded that to HR and to our corporate team to handle because I didn't want to mess things up in any way. But in no way was I trying to avoid Ms. Pelates or sharing the footage. I was genuinely in shock that the footage was not available.
Sis, I was told that the establishment has security personnel. So who provides security at your establishment?
Yeah, we hire a third-party company. We hire Blue Panda Security, and they employ security guards that are trained, and they send us a security guard Wednesday through Sunday from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m.
You said A or just a security guard?
Yeah, just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
And so what's the purpose of the security guard?
It's really just in case of on 14th Street, if we have somebody wandering in who is not a patron or who is not a guest, or if there's anybody who's happens to be intoxicated, or if the managers feel for whatever reason something is above their jurisdiction, they will tap in security to intervene and help remove somebody from the premises. Unfortunately, on 14th Street, there are people sometimes wandering by and bothering guests and bothering patrons, and occasionally they are intoxicated. They're not even necessarily guests in our restaurant, but we've had incidents where the manager maybe feels unsafe and they want to support, so we have a security guard as a support system. But there is very limited issues in our four walls, fortunately.
Okay. So who reported the incident to the police?
So the security guard called MPD because when the two gentlemen came out of the bathroom, one of them left and one of them went directly to the security guard, reported what happened, and she immediately called MPD.
All right. Any questions by any of the board members? All right, Ms. Farm, any clarifying questions you have for your client?
The one thing I have not yet mentioned that I think is important is that there were two ABC managers on duty that evening when it occurred. And everybody was in alignment to immediately call MPD. So I just realized I had not yet mentioned that there were ABC managers on duty at the time.
All right. Any final statement you want to make, ma'am?
No, we would just request that this be taken under advisement. We understand the board will not make a decision today. However, we have modified our policies to ensure that in the rare event that something does happen inside in the future, we will maintain camera footage for 30 days. Obviously, we don't want these types of things to occur inside our restaurant, and we'll certainly continue to take precautions that they don't.
Just one. There was no special event occurring at the establishment the night in question.
No, and I can let Mr. Kitzmiller answer, but it was just regular service.
All right, that's
Yeah, and everybody's out of the building by 2 a.m. On Sunday and Monday it's midnight, but on every other day it's 2 a.m.
All right, fine. If there are no other questions, the board will take this matter under advisement. As I stated before, the two options that the board has. You have already stated that the camera system has been addressed, but the two options the board has is either to say no further action, or we will refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General for possible show cause. I don't believe I don't think one has been done as yet, but those are the options that the board has. So thank you very much. We will make a decision on next steps for this case. Have a great day.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right, we're at the end of our calendar for the day, and so since we're at the end of our calendar, let us now do the board's agenda. The first agenda that we will do is a legal agenda, alcohol. The first The first matter on this agenda is a review of a settlement agreement. This is for Alera Restaurant, Florida Avenue, license number 132427. It's a review of a settlement agreement. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement. This is a Highlands Cafe and Grill, license number 122558. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of settlement agreement. This is Uptown Beer and Wine, license number 132663. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of settlement agreement. This is for Bertha Club, license number 131904. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
And I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement. This is Mara Hotel / La Clue / Vesper / Upstairs at the Mara, license number 121709. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our motions. Number 6, review of motion for reconsideration and supplement. This is for Sealer's Angels, license number 131487. Are there any motions on this matter?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we support the reconsideration of the supplemental.
So Mr. Grant has made a motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. So let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I don't agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I disagree. However, the motion passes 3-2. Number 7, review of request to withdraw substantial change application. This is for Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112274. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones.
I second.
Ms. Quinn and Ms. Quinn and Mr. Meadows have seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review of final rulemaking on Langdon Park Moratorium Zone. I make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review of notice to extend hours for Art All Night 2025 from September 12th, 2025 through September 14th, 2025. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, a second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review of request for involuntary transfer filed by Metro City Bank. This is in Suburban Liquors, license number 117766. I make a motion that we continue this matter pending submission of additional documents by the petitioner. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 11, review of request for involuntary transfer filed by Metro City Bank. This is at Harvard Liquors, license number 114547. I make a motion that we continue this matter pending additional submission by the petitioner. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 12, review of declaration memorandum. This is for Proper 21, case number 24 CIT 00830, license number 113983. This is an FYI for the board. Number 12, review of letter of opposition filed by the Savory Trust. This is regarding Wabbit, Georgetown in West End, Costas Rum Bar. Case number 25 PRO 00047, license number 109462. This is an FYI for the board. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. So I'm going to review all the license, all the requests on this agenda. I'll make recommendations. At the end, I'll ask that the ABC board approve the recommendations that's put forth by the chair. So number 1, review of settlement agreement. This is for aligned license number 127009, recommendation approval. Number 2, review of settlement agreement. This is Taste Buds. License number 129546, recommendation approval. Number 3, review of letter from Elizabeth Merritt. This is Forest Flavorville LLC, license number 128069. This is an FYI for the board. Number 5, review of motion for reconsideration. This is for case number 25 PRO 00019, license number 129362, and this is HOLA. Recommendation deny. Number 5, review of motion for reconsideration. This is for Local D, license number 127945. Recommendation approval in part, deny in part. Number 6, review of motion for reinstatement. This is for Velvets. This is in case number 25 PRO 00037, license number 130768, recommendation approval. Number 7, review of notice of 8th emergency rulemaking on medical cannabis technical amendment, recommendation approval. And number 8, review of notice of emergency and proposed rulemaking on medical cannabis temporary card expansion to 90 days for DC residents. Recommendation continue for 1 week. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations that made by the chair for the legal agenda medical cannabis. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass 5-0. Hold on a minute, please. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis addendum. And there is an offering compromise for Bouquet Labs LLC, license number 121364. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Respondent was selected for ABCA cultivation license number 121364, which was placarded for a move to respondent's new location at 1110 Oakey Street Northeast, Washington, D.C. 20002, but which has not been as yet been issued. Number 2, respondent affirms that it has vacated and no longer occupies the premises and agrees that, with the exception of limited access, coordinated with ABCA to conduct an inspection walkthrough related to the side of the sale of license. It has no rights to occupy the premises. Number 3, respondent affirms that it has ceased all unlicensed cannabis cultivation and agrees that it shall not conduct unlicensed distribution of sale on the premises and online. Number 4, respondent agrees to pay a fine of $10,000 to ABCA within 30 days of the board's approval of the offer in compromise, or the license shall be revoked. Number 5, the parties agree that the hearing request will be stayed with the summary suspension remaining in effect for 90 days. Number 6, during the time respondent agrees to sell the license to an arm's length third party, which will result in a summary suspension being lifted upon the board's approval of the new license application for sale for the purchase, provided that A, the sale shall not be to respondents, owners, and managers, management team, BK Management LLC, or any member of BK Management LLC. B, respondent avers that BK Management LLC consists solely of Ramir, M-A-M-I-R, M-A-G, I'm sorry, M-A-G-B-A-N-U-A, Benjamin Kram, K-R-A-M, Vu, V-U, Kwang, Q-U-A-N-G, Ding, D-I-N-H, Chad Carey, Raymond Han, and ZADC LLC. C, the new application for sale shall not be submitted if the $10,000 fine outlined in Section 4 has not been paid. Number 7, prior to the expiration of the litigation stay, respondent may request a reasonable extension of the deadline if it demonstrates that it is still engaging in good faith efforts to sell the license. And number 8, upon expiry of the litigation stay, shall the stay not be further extended, the license shall be revoked. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our alcohol license agenda. On the alcohol license agenda, there are 10 requests, applicants. I will review all 10 and make recommendations, and at the end, I'll ask the ABC board members to approve the recommendations made by the chair. Number 1, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is Treehouse license number 131472, recommendation approval. Number 2, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for Sidewalk Cafe endorsement. This is for the Studio Theater. License number 025750, recommendation approval. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Ben's Chili Bowl / Ben's Next Door / Ben's Upstairs, license number 131844. Approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 4, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Fabulous Restaurant, license number 128396. Recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 5, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Brooklyn's Finest Bar and Kitchen, license number 092010. Recommend approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 6, review application for Sidewalk Cafe endorsement with 12 seats. Matcha Noodle Bar, license number 126420. Recommendation placard. Number 7, review application for Summer Garden endorsement with 9 seats. This is for SOST, SOST, license number 126215, recommendation placard. Number 8, review request to increase Sidewalk Cafe seating with 10 patrons to 12 patrons. This is like La Pain Cuisine, license number 117740, recommendation approval. Number 9, review request to withdraw the application for change of hours. This is Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112274, recommendation approval. Number 10, review request for approval to provide a gift of City Open tournament tickets that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve the recommendations put forth by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Meadows, second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the alcohol supplemental licensing agenda. There are 3 applications on this agenda. I will review all 3 in the records, and at the end, I'll ask the board to approve the recommendations put forth by the board, by the chair. Number 1, review application for stipulated licenses, letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is Go-Go Museum, license number 132332, recommendation approval. Number 2, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is Uptown Bar and Wine, license number 132663, recommendation approval. And number 3, review letter of request to amend the approval of the application and include use of the Sidewalk Cafe rather than a summer garden in accordance with the recently issued Sidewalk Cafe permit. This is for Press Club Cocktail Bar, license number 128025, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approve the recommendation as made by the chair for the alcohol supplemental licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. The Cove, license number 120433. The licensee is out of business and did not respond to multiple requests to place a license in safekeeping. I therefore make a motion that this license be canceled. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the agenda rescinding prior approval of 404.2 status. The ABC Board will be rescinding approval of the following licenses in 404.2 approval status for the reasons listed below. 24/7 Grocery and Convenient, license number 131326. The licensee requests to withdraw the transfer application. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones and Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We will now move to the board's temporary one-day and substantial change docket. There are 12 applicants on this docket. I'll review the names, all 12, what type of application that they have requested, the date, the license number, the attendees, and I'll make a recommended whether or not it should be approved or denied. And at the end, I'll ask the ABC board members to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair. Number one is a request from Nadia, Nadia Shapanaska, Shaporynska. They requested a one-day license class F for the Ukrainian activists. The event is July 12th. The license number is 133129. 75 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 2, a request from Ziamara Vargas Aponte, a one-day license class G, Columbia Cultural Festival. This is July 19th. The license number is 133090. 1,000 attendees, 30 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 3, a request from Cicely Mendy, a one-day license class G, music performance, this is July 8th, 2025. The license number is 133101, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. This event, we're asking for administrative approval, retroactive approval. Number 4, another request from Cecily Mendy, one-day license class G, music event, July 15th. The license number is 133108, 150 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 5, another request from Cecily Mendy, musical performance. This is July 22nd. The license number is 133109, 150 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 6, another request from Cecily Mendy, a musical performance. This is July 29th. The license number is 133110, 150 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 7, request from Torrance Swain, one-day license class G, live music, July 19th. The license number is 133127, 500 attendees, 6 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 8, another request from Torrance Swain, one-day license class G, live event, July 26th. The license number is 133128, 500 attendees, 6 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 9, a request from Rufat, Rufat Aghayev, a one-day license class G, for Sharat Nights, July 19th. The license number is 133147, 60 attendees, 1 security guard, recommendation approval. Number 10, a request from Curtis Harmon, one-day license class G, soft opening, July 10th through July 12th. License number is 133151, 150 attendees, 5 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 11, Heath Group LLC Pub Crawl. This is on the Navy Yard Halloween Bar Fest 2025. This is November 1st. The license number is 000008. The substantial change license is 25 PCE 00032. Conditional approval for 1,000. Number 12, DC Clubbing Inc. Pub Crawl. This is Labor Day Block Party. This is August 30th. The license number is 000011. Substantial change license is 25 PCE 00031. Approval for 1,500 participants. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members approve the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. and the recommendations that's put forth by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the board's administrative alcohol license administrative docket. On this docket, there are 24 applicants, and without objection, I make a motion that the ABC board approves all 24 applicants on this agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant,
Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant and Mr. Jones have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our medical cannabis licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are 5 licensees. I will review the 5, make recommendations, and then I'll ask the ABC board members to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair. Number 1, review of standard application for conditional retailer. This is DC Garden, Greenway Garden, DC. The license number is 130823. Recommendation approval. Number 2, review of standard application for conditional manufacturer, Maven Wellness Group, LLC. Trade name Maven Wellness Group. License number 132991. Recommendation denial because the applicant submitted of the outside application period. Number 3, review standard application for one new retailer license. This is for Green Cloud Shop. License number 130775. Recommendation placard. Number 4, review of standard application for new manufacturer type 1 license. This is for Abunai, ABUNAI, license number 126068. Recommendation approval. And number 5, review of packaging and label submissions. This is for Corner Store Cultivation, license number 130711. Recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board approve the recommendations that's put forth by the chair. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the medical cannabis licensing cease and desist agenda. I will review, there are 2 licensees on this agenda. I'll review their names, make recommendations, and then I'll ask the ABC board members to approve the recommendations put forward by the chair. Number 1, the ABC board will be issuing cease and desist on the following licensees. This is for license number 127978. This is Herbal Alternatives. The licensee did not pay the second year annual payment. And Bud Love, license number 128413. The licensee did not pay the second year annual payment. I therefore make a motion that ABC board issues cease and desist orders against these 2 establishments. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant, Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. And we are on our last agenda item for the morning. We're at for the morning session. It's the medical cannabis license administrative docket. There are 3 licensees on this docket, and so without objection, I make a motion that ABC board approves the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We're at the end of our morning session. I'd like to thank all members who have participated in our morning session. The board is going to go to lunch. It is 1:23. I'll ask all the board members to report back to executive session at 1:45, and we will come back to the public session at 2 p.m. So executive session at 1:45, and then we will come back to the public session at 2 p.m. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome. We're in the record. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairperson of the Board. Joining me this afternoon are four other additional board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry-Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 5 members in attendance this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. So we'll just go directly to our calendar. I'll call it the case is out of order. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 PRO 00028. It's Greenwell LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 130767. This is a protest matter. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. Well, yes. You know what now? This matter is canceled based on a provision of a settlement agreement that was provided to the board for its review and consideration. The next case in our calendar, it's Y Bar and Lounge, license number 131228. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the licensee, the translator, and any other party that's here for this case?
Good thing. Meskram Balco. And that appears to be all, Chairman. I'll check in the chat. There is a call-in user. I'm going to elevate just to see.
Who's the calling? Can you find out who the calling user is?
I just elevated the call-in user. We're requesting mute. Unmute.
I'm going to find out who the calling user is.
Call-in user, what's your name? Two 310-402-8075. What's your name?
Well, if the calling user doesn't, then what's her name? What's the license? What's the license? This licensee's name? Is there anyone here for? Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes,
who's on the phone?
Yes,
Ma'am, do you have a camera? Do you have a camera for you to call to participate in? The last time we had the hearing, you were on camera. I cannot do the fact-finding hearing on the telephone. Ma'am, can you tell? I need you to tell let me, Miss Baku. But can you find out who is on the line, please? Oh, okay. All right. All right. So, Miss Baku, can you spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Meskaram, Meskerem. Last name Balkew. Balko. I am the Amharic interpreter.
Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm to faithfully interpret these proceedings from Amharic into English and from English into Amharic?
I do.
All right, fine. Can you ask can you ask her to spell and state her name for the record?
Numbers Yeshimabit, submission, Skatish, Tanagari, spelling. Yeshimabit, YESHIMEBET.
So what's her name?
Last name? BIFA. BIFA ባፋ
ቢፋ
ቢፋ
All right. All right, this is a fact-finding hearing because she has requested, she wants the license to be transferred to her name.
ዛሬ መረጃ የማሰባሰብ ስራ ነው የምሰራው። የድርጅትሽ ስም በአንቺ ስም ይቀየር ብለሽ ነው የጠየቅሽው?
አይ እኔ ያንን ድርጅት መቀየር ሳይሆን ገዝቼው ነው። ለምን ይቅርታ፣ መጀመሪያ ለምን እንደተጠየቅኩ አልገባኝም። እዚህ ጋር ፋክት ፋውንዲንግ የሚለው ማለት ነው።
I don't understand why I'm here, why the fact finding. I just bought the lounge.
You let her know I do not know who she is. She's asking for us to transfer a kid's license into her name. And I don't know who she is, so I need to find out information about her and what knowledge she has of running this type of establishment.
አንቺ ማን እንደሆንሽ አናቅሽም። ቅድስት ላውንጅን ገዝተሽ ስሙ ወደዛ እንዲዛወር ነው የጠየቅሽው እና እነዚህ አይነት ደግሞ ይሄ ባርና ላውንጅ የማስተዳደር ራኔ ማድረግ ምን አይነት ልምድ አለሽ የሚለውን አንቺ ማን እንደሆንሽ ለማወቅ ነው።
ኦኬ፣ እኔ የሽመቤት እባላለሁ። ኤክስፕሌን እንዳረኩት ይሄንን ባርና ላውንጅ ቅድስት ሺያ የምትባል እዛ ገዝቶኝ ሲሄድ ጭጥ ነበረና ገዛች።
ወደ ካሜራ ተመለሺ።
ይኸው
my name is የሽመቤት and ከዛ
የሽመቤት ቢፋ
my name is የሽመቤት ቢፋ
እና ይሄንን ሄሎ
ድምፅሽ ጠፋ።
ይሰማል? ጥያቄ ካላችሁ የሽመቤት ነኝ። ይቅርታ።
If you have questions, my name is Yeshimabet Bifa. I'm ready to answer your questions.
And so tell me her background, and has she ever run a restaurant or has she ever run a bar before?
ስለዚህ የአንቺን ባክግራውንድ ማወቅ እንፈልጋለን። ከዚህ በፊት ባር ይሄ የባር አስተዳድረሽ ራን አድርገሽ ታውቂያለሽ ወይ? ነበረሽ ወይ?
አልነበረኝም።
No, I don't have any experience. ስለዚህ ልምዱ የለሽም
ማለት እሰራለሁ ሌላ ቦታ እንጂ ልምዱ የለኝም። የምሰራበት ነበረ እንጂ በአገሬ ላይ አለኝ። ያው እዚህ ሀገር ግን አዲስ ነኝ የከፈትኩት። ሻላ
I need her to be always on camera. I need her to always be on camera.
ካሜራ ላይ ሁኚ። ስትናገሪ ደግሞ አንድ ሁለት ሴንቴንስ ብቻ ይሁን። ካሜራ ላይ ሁኚ። ከካሜራ መጥፋት የለብሽም።
እሺ።
Okay, I told her to be on the camera. She said okay. አሁን አንድ ሁለት ሴንቴንስ ያረግሽ ንገሪኝ። ምን ባክግራውንድ አለሽ? ምን ልምድ አለሽ? ካሜራሽ ጠፍቷል።
And what's she saying?
I can't hear her. She's breaking up. ቀስ እያልሽ የምትይውን ተናገሪ። ድምፅሽ ይቆራረጥ ነበር።
ያው እዚህ ሀገር ምግብ ስራ ላይ ነበርኩኝ። ሬስቶራንት ውስጥ ነበር የምሰራው።
I used to work in a restaurant since I came here in America.
And what restaurant did she used to work in?
Yes, we're restaurant ነበር ትሰራ የነበረው።
ሻላ
ሻላ
እና ሬንዲፉ ራንዴፉ
Shala restaurant and Rendezvous restaurants.
And where are these and how long did she work there for?
የት ነው እነዚህ ሬስቶራንቶች የሚገኙት? እዛ ምን ያህል ጊዜ ሰራሽ?
ራንዴፉ ኦልሞስት 1 አመት ሰርቻለሁ።
ራንዴቭ 1 year የት ነው የሚገኘው?
9 ስትሬት ዲሲ
ነው። ራንዴቭ restaurant is
202 2020
የሬስቶራንቱ አድራሻ ነው ይሄ?
202 20 9 straight
Rendezvous restaurant is located in 9th Street at DC, 2020.
And so how long did she work there for, and what role did she play there?
She said she worked for يعني ምንድን ነበር የምትሰሪው? ሻላ ለአንድ አመት ስትሰሪ ምን ነበር የምትሰሪው?
ይሄ ራንዴፉ ነው። ሁሉንም ነው የምሰራው። ምግብም እሰራለሁ፣ መስተንግዶም እሰራለሁ፣ ሁሉንም ነው የምሰራው እዛ ውስጥ።
I used to work in every year. I used to cook, be a waitress, and do all the work in there.
And how long did she work there for?
ለስንት ጊዜ ሰራሽ ራንዴቭ?
ከአንድ አመት በላይ ሰርቻለሁ።
I work over 1 year.
1 year. So you work in a restaurant for 1 year. Has she ever worked in a bar before?
ባር ውስጥ ሰርተሽ ታውቂያለሽ? ባር ነው ሰርተሽ የምታውቂው?
ራሱ ባር አለው።
የትኛው?
ራንዴፉ
Rendezvous have a bar also. I used to work in the bar too.
And when was this?
መቼ ነው ይሄ?
ይሄንን ከመክፈቴ በፊት ማለት ነው።
መቼ ዓመተ ምህረቱ?
2024
2024.
For how long?
ለስንት ጊዜ?
ከአንድ አመት በላይ.
For over 1 year.
And what was she doing there? What type of work was she doing there?
ስለዚህ ምን አይነት ስራ ነበር የምትሰራ የነበረው እዛ?
ምግብም እሰራለሁ፣ መስተንግዶም አስተናግዳለሁ፣ ሁሉንም ነገር እዛ እሰራለሁ።
Waitressing, food preparation, and I do all the work in there.
ክሊኒንግም ሁሉንም ማጽዳትም እዛው ነው የምሰራው ሁሉንም።
Cleaning, including cleaning, everything.
Has she ever worked as a manager in a bar or a restaurant before?
ማናጀር ሆነሽስ ሬስቶራንት ውስጥ ወይ ባር ውስጥ ሰርተሽ ታውቂያለሽ?
አልሰራሁም።
No, never.
So what do you know about operating a bar?
ስለዚህ ባር ከፍቶ የመስራት ምን እውቀት አለሽ? ምን ታውቂያለሽ? ምን ልምድ አለሽ?
ኢትዮጵያ በአገሬ ቤተሰቦቼ ሆቴል አላቸው። በሆቴል ስራ ላይ ነው ያደግኩት።
My family has a hotel in Ethiopia. I grew up working in the hotel, so I have knowledge about it.
And what specific knowledge does she have?
ምን ያ ሆቴል ስትሰሪ ምን አይነት እውቀት አለሽ? ሆቴል ውስጥ ሲሰራ ማለት
ሁሉ ማለት ማንም ሰው እንዴት መጠቀም እንዳለባቸው፣ ሰውን እንዴት ትሪት መደረግ እንዳለባቸው፣ እንዴት ከሰዎች ጋር መግባባት እንዳለብኝ ያው ካደኩበት ልምዱ አለኝ።
I grew up working in my family hotel, so I know how to communicate, how to treat customers.
እንዴት እንደሚመጠጣት ምን ያክል ጠጥተው ምን ያክል መጠቀም እንዳለባቸው፣ ሰዎች መጎዳት እንደሌለባቸው፣ ምን ማድረግ እንደሌለባቸው ህዝቡን እንዴት ማኔጅ ማድረግ እንደምችል ያው ስላደኩበት ያ ልምዱ አለኝ በውስጤ።
I know how to manage the hotel because I grew up working in there. I also have knowledge how much alcohol a person should take and what to do if they consume alcohol and not what to do.
But she has never managed a bar or a restaurant in the United States. Is that correct?
ስለዚህ አሜሪካን ሀገር ግን ባርም ሬስቶራንትም ማናጀር ሆነሽ ሰርተሽ አታውቂም?
ሰርቼ አላውቅም።
ኖ
ባር ላይ ሰርቻለሁ፣ ግን የምሰራው ባር ላይ ማስተናገድ ነው።
I work in a bar as a waitress, as a server, but not as a manager.
So how did you come across Kiddes Lounge, this license? How did you know how did you know that this place had a license to sell, to transfer?
ቅድስት ላውንጅ እንደሚሸጥ በምን አወቅሽ? ያ መረጃ እንዴት ደረሰሽ?
ከስተመር ሆኜ ሄጄ ነበረ እዛ ማለት ነው።
I was there as a customer.
What do you mean you were there as a customer?
ምን ማለት ነው? ከካስተመር ሆኜ ሄጃለሁ ስትይ ምን ማለት ነው?
ለመዝናናት ሄጄ ነበር።
I went there with
ከጓደኞቼ ጋር ሄጄ ነበረ።
I went there with my friends to hang out in the bar or chill.
And yeah, so you go to hang out with the bar and what? So how did you know that? So how did you know that this place was, you could get the license for this establishment?
ስለዚህ አንቺ ለመዝናናት ሄደሽ የዚህን ያንን ባር ለመግዛት ወይ እንደሚሸጥ በምን አወቅሽ?
እኔ ህልሙ ነበረኝ ማንኛውም ቦታ ገዝቼ ለመጠቀም ማለት ነው። ህልሙ አለኝ።
I used to had a dream to own a bar.
እና ይሸጣል ብላ ስታወራ ሰማሁኝ። ከዛ ጠየቅኳቸው።
And I heard that the place is for a sale, and I did ask them to sell it for me.
And who told you that the place was for sale?
ማን የነገረሽ ቤቱ ይሸጣል ብሎ ባሩ?
እዛ ስንጠቀም ይሸጣል ብለው ሲያወሩ ሰማሁኝ እዛ ውስጥ።
I heard them talking about selling the bar.
You said you who did she?
በተለይ ማን
ራሷ ስታወራ ነው የሰማሁት።
ባለቤቷ ማለት ነው?
ባለቤትዮ ማለት ነው።
I heard the owner talking about selling the place.
So who's the owner? Who's the owner?
ማናት ባለቤቷ?
ቅድስት
ሻይ ቅድስት ሻይ
I'm sorry, who was the owner?
ቅድስት ሻይ.
I don't understand. I'm sorry. I apologize. What's the name of the person?
The name of the owner is Kedist Shai.
Kedist Shai.
Yeah.
Is that a male or female?
ወንድ ነው ሴት?
ሴት ነች።
Female.
And so how much did you purchase for the, how much did you buy the bar? How much are you buying the bar for?
ቡና ቤቱን በስንት ብር ገዛሽው?
7,000 ብር።
$7,000.
$7,000 you're buying a bar for?
$7,000 ነው የገዛሽው?
አዎ በዛን ሰዓት እኔ ማለትም ስጠይቃት እሷ ልጆች ነበራና እንደነገረችኝ ማስተዳደር አልችልም ምናምን ብላ ስታወራ በቃ እኔ ብር የለኝም በአሁኑ ሰዓት እና ያው በዚህ የምትሸጭልኝ ከሆነ ልግዛው ብዬ ጠየኳት። ከዛ ኦኬ አለችኝ።
When we talked, she told me that she have kids and she told me she have money problem and she cannot manage the bar. And I told her that this is the only money I have and to sell it for me. And she said yes.
So where did you get $7,000 to buy the bar from her?
እና $7,000 ከየት አገኘሽ አንቺ ቡና ቤቱን ለመግዛት?
እኔማ ሰራ ነበረ።
I used to work and I have the money.
So have you paid hers yet?
Would you mind repeating that, sir?
Have you paid her the $7,000 as yet?
ስለዚህ $7,000 ከፍለሻታል?
አዎ።
Yes.
So what is it that she's selling you specifically?
አሁን ባሩን ሸጥኩልሽ ስትል ምኑን ነው የሸጠችልሽ?
ጀስት ባሩን ብቻ እንትኑን ብቻ ምንም እቃ ምናምን ከውስጡ አውጥታ ሸጠችው። እሱን ልሸጥልሽ አልችልም አለችኝ። ቢኮዝ የኔ ብር በቂ ስላልነበረ ቤቱን ብቻ ያላትን እንትኑን ብቻ ነው ሸጠችልኝ። ሌላውን አውጥታ ለአሮጌ ተራ ሸጣለሁ። ስምምነታችን ይሄንን ብዙ ብር ጠየቀችኝ። ያንን ብር ደግሞ አልችልም ነበር እኔ ያንን ላደርግላት እሷ የጠየቀችኝ ስለማልችል ሁሉንም ቲቪውንም ሶፋውንም ምናምኑን ሁሉንም ነገር አውጥታ ሸጠችው። ሊዙን ብቻ ነው ሸጠችልኝ።
She sold me only the lease, the materials, the furniture, and everything. She sold it to somebody else. She asked me quite a bit of money to buy that, the furniture and everything, but I couldn't afford it. So she just sold me only the lease.
The lease or the lease?
Lease ምን ማለት ነው?
ሊዝ ማለት የእሷን ኮንትራቱን ብቻ
ነው። ፈቃዱን ማለት ነው። I asked her when she meant by the lease, she said the license.
So, all right. So, what about, is there a lease for, who's the owner of the building?
እንትኑን የህንፃው ባለቤት ማን ነው? ባሮ ያለበት
ፍቅሩ ዘውዱ።
His name is ፍቅሩ ዘውዱ, the owner.
So, what about, is there a current lease on the property?
ስለዚህ ባሩ ሊዝ አለው አሁን?
አዎ ከሱ ጋር ሊዝ አረኩ።
I already signed a lease contract with the owner.
So you've signed a lease with the owner of the building?
ስለዚህ ባለቤቱ ጋራ ሊዝ ፈርመሻል? Yes.
And is it one floor or two floors?
አንድ ፍሎር ላይ ነው ወይስ ሁለት ደረጃ?
ዳውን እና አፕስቴር አለው።
ስለዚህ እሱን ነው ሁሉንም ያልሹ?
አዎ ከላይ ያለው አልያዝኩትም። ከመሃል አንደኛ እና ዳውን ስቴር።
I leased the first floor and the downstairs, not upstairs. አንደኛውና የታቹን አንቺ ሊዝ ያደረግሽው? The first floor and ምንድን ነው ሁለተኛው?
Basement.
Downstairs, the basement, not upstairs.
And so what's your relationship between you and the lady you're buying this property from?
ባንቺና ቡና ቤቱን በሸጠችልሽ ግለሰብ መካከል ምን አይነት ዝምድና ነው ያላችሁ? ምን አይነት ግንኙነት ያላችሁ?
ምንም አይነት ዝምድና የለንም።
We didn't have any blood relation, we just business.
Do you know her husband?
ባሏን ታውቂዋለሽ?
እኔ ባለትዳርም ትሁን አላውቅም፣ ይቅርታ።
I don't know whether if she's married or not. I don't. I'm sorry.
But if you have no experience running a bar, why should we transfer this license to you if you have had no experience running a bar?
አንቺ የቡና ቤት ባለቤት ሆነሽ ቡና ቤትን በባለቤትነት ወይ ማናጀር ሆነሽ አስተዳድረሽ አታውቂምና እኛ ለምን የእሷን የንግድ ፈቃድ ወደ አንቺ ስም የምናዞርበት ምን ምክንያት አለ? ለምን እናዞርልሻለን?
እኔ ፍላጎቱ አለኝ። ያው ያደግኩበት ስራ ነው። ሁሌም ደግሞ ውስጤ ያለ ነገር ነው። መስራት ፈልጋለሁ። ዛሬም ሳይሆን ነገም እሰራለሁ። ሁሌም እልሜ ነው። ስለዚህ እኔ ስለፈለኩኝ ያንን ነገር ጠይቄ ገዛኋት። ያንን ከመግዛቴ በፊት ደግሞ እናንተ ጋር መጥቼ አብራ ኦፊስ ሄጄ ጠይቄያለሁ። ያንን ነገር ለመግዛት ፍላጎት ስላለኝ ነው። መስራት ፍላጎቴ ነው፣ ህልሜ ነው።
I have a dream of owning a bar, and that is my wish to realize my dream. When the opportunity came along, I bought it. And before I purchased the bar, I went to ABRA office to inquire about it.
What do you mean you went to ABRA office to inquire about it? What is
ABRA office ሄጃለሁ ስትይ ምን ማለትሽ ነው? መቼ?
ማለት ይሄን ከመግዛቴ በፊት ለማወቅ ሄጄ ነበረ። ቢኮዝ ወደ ራሴ ስም እናንተ ከማዞሩ በፊት ይሄን ነገር ለመግዛት በፊትም ፍላጎት አለኝ። እየፈለኩኝ ነበረ በውስጤ።
I want to know what the procedure or what it entails to buy a bar. That was my dream, so I went there to know why, what and how.
So did she take any courses? Did she take any courses at ABCA regarding owning a bar?
ስለዚህ አብካ የሚሰጠውን አንድ የቡና ቤት ባለቤት መውሰድ የሚገባቸውን ኮርሶች ወስደሻል?
እየወሰድኩኝ ነው። የፉድ ማናጀር እየተማርኩኝ ነው። እሱ ነው። ሌላውን ደግሞ
courses and I'm taking food management course. Manager
ላይሰንስ ስጃለሁ። ላይሰንስ ወሰድኩ ነው እየተማርኩኝ።
የምን ላይሰንስ?
የምግብ
ፉድ ማናጅመንት ነው። I'm taking I already have the license and I'm taking a course.
እየተማርኩ ነው። ሶሪ እየተማርኩ ነው። ፕሮሰስ ላይ ነው።
Okay, I'm taking a food management course in order to get the license.
Where?
Yet ነው እየተማርሽ ያለሽው? ይቆራረጣል።
ሶሪ
Any questions by the board members?
Yes ነው እየተማርሽ ያለሽው?
Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
ኦንላይን ላይ
I'm taking online courses. ቆይ ልጠይቅሽ ነው።
Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Did you have any connection through friendship or relation by blood to any of the folks who were in ownership of the establishment?
ከቅድስት ላውንጅ ባለቤቶች ጋራ የስጋ ዝምድና ወይም ደግሞ ሌላ አይነት የተቀራረበ ግንኙነት አላችሁ?
ኖ፣ በፍጹም ምንም አይነት ግንኙነት የለንም ከነሱ ጋር።
No, I don't have any blood or other relationship with the owners of the bar.
Did any of the people within the ownership group notify you of the history of the establishment with ABCA? Any previous hearings, any previous fines?
ባለቤቶቹ ከቡና ቤቱ ጋራ በተያያዘ ከአብቃ ጋራ የተለያየ ነገሮች ነበራቸውና ያንን ታሪክ ነግረውሻል ወይ? ስም የነበረ No, they didn't tell me anything.
I believe this is my final question for now. Will the ownership group that is now in place have any time period to assist in the transition? Will they stay on if the license is transferred for any period of time?
አሁን ንግድ ፍቃዱ ወደ አንቺ ስም ቢዞርልሽ አንቺ እስከምትቋቋሚ ድረስ አብረውሽ ቆይተው ያለውን ነገር እስክትቋቋሚ ድረስ አብረውሽ ይቆያሉ፣ ያግዙሻል? ሄሎ
ይቅርታ ትደግሚልኝ?
አሁን አንቺ ስሙ ወደ አንቺ ቢዞርልሽ የሸጡልሽ ባለቤቶች አንቺ እስክትቋቋሚ ሁኔታውን እስክትለማመጂ ድረስ አብረው ያለማምዱሻል ወይ? አብረውሽ ይሆናሉ ወይ?
ለአንድ ወር ሆነው ነበረ።
They stayed with me for 1 month.
Okay.
ትሬነር አድርገውኛል።
They trained me.
ውላችን ላይም ደግሞ እሱን እንትን እንድትሉኝ ብዬ ለምኛቸዋለሁ። ያው ኢትዮጵያዊ ስለሆኑ
We both are Ethiopians, and in the contract also I asked them to stay with me so I can get used to the running, and they did.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Any other questions by any board members? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Yeah, my screen froze the sale of the business. So I want to make sure that I understand what you purchased for $7,000. Did you only purchase the liquor license or the ability to lease the space? What exactly did you get for $7,000?
አሁን 7,000 ብር ከፍዬ ገዛው ብለሽ ስትይ ምኑን ነው የገዛሽው? ላይሰንሱን ነው? ያንን ቦታ በሊዝ እንደገና ለማከራየት ነው? ገዛው ስትይ ምኑን ነው የገዛሽው በ7,000
ሊዙም እንዲሸጡልኝ ብቻ ነው
እኮ። ሊዙን ይሸጡልኝ ብለሽ ስትይ ምንድን ነው ለማለት የፈለገ? ምኑን ነው
ማለት? ፍቃዳቸውን ማለት ነው።
I bought their license for $7,000.
The business you plan to run there, is it going to be under a different name? Is your business going to have a different name?
ስለዚህ አሁን ያንን ባሩን ስሙን ትቀይረዋለሽ? በአንቺ ስም ነው የሚሆነው? በማን ስም ነው የምታደርጊው ወይስ እንደነበረ ነው?
አሁን በራሴ ስም ነው ሁሉንም ነገር ቀይራችሁልኝ ጨርሼ በራሴ ስም ነው እየተጠቀምኩኝ ያለሁት።
I transferred and rename is under my name, and I'm running the business under my name in different.
But what will customers call the business? Will it be known by the same name as it is right now? I understand that it's transferred to your name in terms of the business, but what will customers think the name of the business is? Is it going to have a new name?
አሁን የባሩ ስም ማን ነው?
ዋይ ባር ኤንድ ላውንጅ። ዋይ የራሴ ስም ነው። የሽመ ቤት የሚለው ዋይ ባር ኤንድ ላውንጅ ነው።
Okay.
It is YSR. Y is abbreviation of my name.
Okay. And then is the business going to be different than the business that is there now?
አሁን የምትሰሩት ታዲያ ቢዝነሱ ይቀየራል? ምን አይነት ስራ ነው የሚሆነው?
በራሴ ስም ቀይሬያለሁ። አሁን ላይ የሰጡኝ ላይሰንስ ይሄ ነው፣ በራሴ ስም ማለት ነው።
አይም ነው የምትሸጪው የምትሰጪው አገልግሎት ምን አይነት ነው የሚሆነው ነው?
ዘሴም ነው ከበፊቱ ጋር ያው ዘሴም ነው።
It is the same business bar.
ግን አንዳንድ ነገሮችን በራሴ ማድረግ ያለብኝን ቀይሬያለሁ። ቢኮዝ እዛ ውስጥ ያሉትን ማኔጅመንቶች እኔ በነበርኩበት በራሴ ነው ያንን ማስኬደው ማለት ነው ስራውን በራሴ ነው
It is the same, but I run it with my own standard, and I change the management and everything. I'm running it in my own way, but it is a bar, basically.
So what company are you using for trash removal?
Would you mind rephrasing that?
What company are you using to pick up the trash? Usually you'll pay a company, then they'll come and pick up the trash. Which company are you using?
እሺ ቆሻሻ አሁን ትራሽ መቶ የሚወስድልሽ ካምፓኒ ምንድን ነው? ማነው ስሙ?
ዮስዲ እንደዛ ነው ይቅርታ ስሙን በቃሌ አልያዝኩትም
As she said, she doesn't exactly know the name, but Yoshdi or Yoshi company.
Is it the same company that the old business was using?
ቅድስት ሻይ ይጠቀሙበት ከነሱ ጋር እየመጣ ቆሻሻ የሚወስደው ካምፓኒ ነው ወይስ ሌላ አዲስ ነው?
አይደለም ይሄ የራሴ እንትን ያደረኩት ነው እንጂ አላውቀውም ያንን
It's a new company, not the old one.
It's a new company. Okay, no more questions.
Where, Mr. Meadows?
Yes, good afternoon. Ms. Bifa, good afternoon. So are you planning also to make it a hookah bar?
Hookah bar አለሽ ወይ? ሀሳብ አለሽ ወይ?
ገና ነው አሁን ባለበት ነው ገና ባር ነው ሁሉንም ነገር ያው በፊት የነበረውን ነው እየሰራው ያለሁት ሁሉንም ነገር አዲስ ስለሆነ ብዙ ነገሮችን ወደፊት የምቀይረው ይሆናል ብዬ አስባለሁ
አሁን ሁካ ባር ልታረጊው ሀሳብ አለሽ ወይ?
ባር ላይሰንስ የለኝም ሁካ ባር ላይሰንስ የለውም
I didn't have a license for a hookah bar, but I'm running the business as it was before.
ገብቶሻል ይቅርታ እዚህ ጋር አሁን ሁሉንም ነገር አለው ይቅርታ የአማርኛ እንትን እንዳይሆንብኝ አጠቃላይ ነው ሁሉም ነገር ማለት ነው በፊት በነበረው ላይሰንሱ በተሰጠኝ በላይሰንሱ ነው ሁሉንም ነገር ማደርገው
It has everything according to the license.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
So currently you're going to operate on the ground level and then you have access to the basement. Is that correct?
On the ground level ላይ ነው ባርሽ ያለውና ቤዝመንቱንም ግን ትጠቀሚበታለሽ
እጠቀምበታለሁ
Yes.
And then upstairs no one upstairs on the upper level.
ስለዚህ ከላይ ያለው upstairs ማንም ሰው የለም የሽመቤት
አቤት
ካሜራሽ ጠፋ
Oh my goodness. Oof.
It's okay, Miss Bifa. So she declined. She did not want to purchase the old tables, the old chairs, things of that nature. Has she already purchased new tables and chairs for the lounge?
በፊት ነቅድስት ይጠቀሙበት የነበረውን የቡና ቤቱን ወንበር ጠረጴዛ ምናምን መግዛት አልቻልሽም ወይ አልፈለግሽም እና አሁን አዳዲስ ወንበር ጠረጴዛ ገዝተሻል ወይ?
አዎ used ነው የገዛሁት
Yes, I bought a used one.
Okay, all right.
Tell her that I need to see her.
ካሜራሽን ኦን አርጊ
ይኸው
አልመጣሽም
And so currently it says Kiddush Lounge and hookah on the front. When would she plan on changing the signage?
አንደኛ ወደ ካሜራሽ ተመለሽ ስለዚህ አሁንም የቡና ቤቱ ከፊት ላይ የሚለው ቅድስት ባርና ሁካ ነው የሚለው እና ወደ አዲሱ ስም መቼ ነው ልትቀይር ያሰብሽው?
አሁን ኦልሬዲ እሱን ለመቀየር አላማው አለኝ። በፊት ብዙም ለማሰራት ያው ብር ስላልነበረኝ ብዙ ነገሮችን ማኔጅ ማድረግ ስላልቻልኩኝ ነው። አሁን ኦልሬዲ እየሰራሁበት ነው። ሁሉንም ነገር ወደ ስሜ ቀይሬ ጨርሻለሁ። ያንን አስነስቼ ቀይረዋለሁ በአጭር ጊዜ ውስጥ።
Earlier, I couldn't afford to change the name, but it is in the process of changing the name to the new bar.
Okay. And when she was on camera, she was showing what was that she was showing?
ካሜራ በፊት ቅድም ወረቀት ስታሳይ ነበርና ምንድን ነበር ታሳየኝ ነበረው?
ላይሰንስ ነው።
Can hold on, please. I'm not continuing the hearing unless she's on
ካሜራ ላይ
camera.
ሁኜ ካሜራ ወደ ካሜራ ነኝ። ካሜራሽን ኦን አድርጊ።
ኦኬ ኦን እኮ ነው።
አናይሽም ያለ
አሁንስ
አልመጣሽ።
አሁንስ አይታይም?
አልመጣሽ።
ኦ ማይ ጎድነስ በስልኬ ስለሆነ ነው፣ ይቅርታ።
I apologize.
She'll get it, but
Mr. Meadows.
Okay.
She needs to be on camera. I need to look at her. I need to make sure that no one is giving her information.
አሁንም አይታይም?
ትታያለሽ። እና ታሳየ የነበረው ምንድን ነው?
But what she was holding
ይሄ
up, what was
ላይሰንስ
that?
ነው።
That was
This
the
is my
license. This is a new license.
Okay. And where is the copy of the receipt? When you paid the 7,000, where's the copy of the receipt for the sale?
$7,000 ከፍዬ ነው የገዛኋት ብለሻል። ደረሰኙ አለሽ ወይ? ደረሰኙ የት አለ?
የተዋዋልንበት ውል አለኝ፣ ግን ደረሰኙን ይኖረኛል ብዬ ገምታለሁ። አሁን ይኖረኛል ብዬ ገምታለሁ፣ ግን አላቅም። ማለትም ብዙ ጊዜ እንደዚህ እንትና ብዬ እንትን አላልኩም።
That's not good.
I have the contract. I think I have the receipt somewhere else, but right now, no.
But see, a good business person would have those documents.
አንድ የንግድ ድርጅት ባለቤት የከፈላቸው ነገሮች በሙሉ ደረሰኝ ሊኖረው ይገባል።
And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you're right.
So how often did you go to this establishment, ma'am?
በሳምንት ምን ያህል ጊዜ ትሄጃለሽ እዛ እንትኑ ባሩ ቡና ቤትሽ? Every day.
How late did you stay there?
Would you mind repeating that, sir?
How late did she stay there?
ምን ያህል እስከ ስንት ሰዓት ታመሻለሽ?
ያው በተሰጠኝ ሰዓት ውስጥ አመሻለሁ።
According to the hours given to me.
And what are the hours that were given to you?
ስንት ሰዓት ነው የተሰጠሽ? ባሩ በስንት ሰዓት መዘጋት አለበት ብሎ ይላል?
የሚከፈተው አሁን ማክሰኞና ሰኞና ሮብ 7 ሰዓት ላይ ነው።
Monday and Wednesday it opens at 7 a.m. no p.m.
7 a.m. ይከፈታል። የሚዘጋው ደግሞ 2 a.m. ነው።
Monday and Wednesday we open at 7 a.m. and close at 2 p.m.
ሌላውን ቀን ደግሞ 7 ሰዓት ይከፈታል። የሚዘጋው 2 ቀን 3 ሰዓት ላይ ነው። ሊከር የማይሸጠው የሚከፈተው ግን የሚዘጋው 6 ላይ ነው።
መቼ
ቱዊስዴይ እና ተርስዴይ 7 a.m. ይከፈታል 6 a.m. ይዘጋል።
Tuesday and Thursday we open at 7 a.m. and we close 6 p.m.
I mean 6 a.m. or 6 p.m.
6
7
a.m. ነው
ይከፈታል 6 a.m. 7 a.m. ይከፈታል 6 a.m. ይዘጋል።
We open 7 a.m. and we close 6 a.m.
So what time can you serve alcohol to in the District of Columbia? What's the latest you can serve alcohol? If you're open, if she's open from 7 a.m. to 6 a.m., what time must she stop selling alcohol in DC?
ስለዚህ አልኮል መሸጥ የምትጀምሩ ስንት ሰዓት ላይ ነው?
9 ላይ 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
9 a.m. እስከ ሁለቱ ቀን እስከ 2 a.m. ሁለት ቀን ደግሞ እስከ 3 a.m.
እስከ 2 a.m. የምትሸጠው መቼ ነው? ምን ቀን ነው?
ከሰኞ እስከ ዓርብ ድረስ
ከሰኞ እስከ ዓርብ እስከ 2 ድረስ ነው የምትሸጠው?
ሰኞ ማክሰኞ እስከ ማክሰኞ ቱስዴይ ማንዴይ እነዚህ እስከ 2 ድረስ ብቻ ነው መስራት የምችለው።
Monday and Tuesday I sell alcohol to
Wednesday, Thursday.
Wednesday እና Thursday ደግሞ
ሰንዴይም ጨምሮ እስከ 2 ብቻ ነው።
Wednesday, Thursday and Sunday 2 till 2 p.m.
Mondayም እንደዛው ነው 2 p.m. ድረስ ብቻ ነው።
Also Monday 2 p.m.
I mean 2 a.m. or 2 p.m.
2 a.m. 2 a.m. p.m. ሳይሆን a.m.
2 a.m.
So why do you need to be open till 6 a.m.? What are you going to do between 2 a.m. and 6 p.m., 6 a.m.?
ስለዚህ ከ2 a.m. እስከ 6 a.m. እንሰራለሽ። ለምን ይከፈታል ባሩ?
የተለያዩ ሳንድዊቾችን እሸጣለሁ። ምግቦችን፣ ጁሶች፣ ውሃዎች፣ hookah.
Okay, I sell sandwich, food, I sell food, and I sell juice and smoothie and also water.
Hookah.
Hookah, I mean hookah.
So you're going to sell a hookah between 2 a.m. and you're going to sell sandwich, a hookah between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m.?
ከዚህ ሁካና ሳንድዊች ከ2 እስከ 6 a.m. ባለው ነው የምትሸጠው?
አዎ ያው እንደዛ ምግብ እንትን የሚደረጉ ቺክን ዊንግ እና ፍሬንች ፍራይስ እሱን እሸጣለሁ።
I sell wings and French fries in those hours.
So what happened to the alcohol between those hours?
ስለዚህ በነዛ ሰዓት አልኮል ትሸጫለሽ ወይስ አትሸጭም?
አይሸጥም።
I don't sell alcohol at those hours.
So what do you do with the alcohol? Where's the alcohol? Is it on the bar? Where's the alcohol?
የት ነው ምግቡ? የት ነው የምትሸጪው? መጠጡ የቱ ጋር ነው የሚሆነው?
ያው በነበረበት ይቀመጣል እንጂ አይሸጥም መጠጥ።
The alcohol stays in the bar, but I don't sell it.
But so the alcohol is going to stay on the shelf?
ስለዚህ ሸልፉ ላይ ነው የሚቆየው አልኮሉ መጠጡ?
መደርደሪያው ባለበት ላይ ይቀመጣል።
Yes.
Any other questions by any other board members? And so why again do you want us to transfer this license to you, ma'am?
ስለዚህ በድጋሚ ልጠይቅሽ ለምንድን ነው እኛ ይሄንን ንግድ ፍቃድ ወደ አንቺ ስም ማዞር ያለብን? ለምንድን ነው እንድናዞርልሽ የፈለግሽው?
ያው ማለት መስራት ስላለብኝ ማንኛውም ነገር እንደ ማንኛውም ሰው መስራት ስላለብኝ ነው እንግዲህ እኔ ጠየቅኳችሁ። እናንተም ደግሞ በዚህ አዙራችሁልኛል። ከዛ በኋላ ለተጠየቅኩት ነገር በጣም ይቅርታ፣ ብዙም አልገባኝም ነበረ። ምንም የገባኝ ነገር የለም። ይሄ ነው።
I want to own and work in the bar. That was my dream. So ABCA understood that and gave me the license, and I want to work on a bar. Other than that, I didn't understand what you were asking me, and I apologize for it. I apologize.
Anything else you want to say, ma'am? Before I end this hearing?
ሌላ የምትይው ነገር አለሽ? ይህንን ስብሰባ የዛሬውን ስብሰባ ከማቆማችን በፊት
አመሰግናለሁ። ያው እኔ ሌላ ያው ይሄ ብቻ ነው። ለምን ማወቅ ስለፈለኩኝ ነበረ። ያው ሁሉንም ነገር ህጋዊ በሆነ ነገር ነው ያዞራችሁልኝ ብዬ ነው ማምነው በውስጤ። የተጠየኩበት ስላልገባኝ ነው የጠየኳችሁ። በጣም ይቅርታ።
Thank you very much. And everything is the license transfer is done legally. I asked you because I didn't understand what you are asking me or what's the requirement.
I'm not following you, ma'am. I'm not following you.
ምን ማለትሽ ነው? የተጠየቅኩት ስላልገባኝ ነው ያልተረዳሁት። ምን ማለትሽ ነው? ግልጽ
አዎ ይሄ ፋይንዲንግ ፋክት ፋይንዲንግ ለሚለው ነገር ነው። አልገባኝም።
I don't know why the fact find is ለምን ተደረገ ነው? ለምን ተጠየቅሽ ነው?
አይተጠየቅኩት።
She doesn't understand what?
አሁንም አልገባሽም ወይስ አልገባሽም ነበር?
አልገባኝም ነበር። አዎ ማለትም ለምንድን ነው የተጠየቅኩት? ይቅርታ።
I don't know why this fact finding is conducted. I didn't understand.
All right. The reason why we're doing this fact finding is because the previous owner, they did not follow the law. They've committed a whole bunch of violations, and they have not paid their fines. And they, in order to get out of paying the fines, they're now transferring the license to you.
ይህንን ፋክት ፋይንዲንግ ያደረግንበት ዋናው ምክንያት የቀድሞ ባለቤቶቹ በጣም ብዙ ሕግ ጥሰው ነበር። ሕግን ተከትለው አይሰሩም ነበር። ቅጣት ነበረባቸው። ቅጣታቸውን ሳይከፍሉ ባለቤትነታቸውን ወደ አንቺ አዘዋውረዋል። ለዛ ነው
እኔ አላቅም። እኔን ይመለከተኛል?
I didn't know all that. So does that affect me, concern me?
Yes, it does concern you because I need to know who you are. You don't know how, you've never run a bar, and you're just saying to us that we must give you a license, and you've never, because it was your dream to own a bar, but you have never run a bar. You have never been a manager.
ያው ለእኛ እንትን ያሳስበናል። ምክንያቱም ላይሰንሱን አዛውሩልኝ ስጡኝ አልሽ። አንቺ ደግሞ በባር ኖሮሽ እና በባር አስተዳድረሽ አታውቂም። ስለዚህ ያለፈው ነገር እንዳይደገም ያ ነገር እኛን ይመለከተናል። ለዛ ነው የምንጠይቅሽ አንቺ ማን እንደሆንሽ ስለማናውቅሽ።
ኦኬ አመሰግናለሁ።
Okay, thank you very much.
No, I'm not done, ma'am. I'm not done. You understand now? Now, do you understand why we're having this fact-finding hearing?
አሁን ገብቶሻል? ለምንድን ነው ይሄንን ፋክት ፋይንዲንግ እንትን ያደረግነው ስብሰባ ያደረግነው?
አሁን እንደነገራችሁኝ ገብቶኛል። ግን እኔ ያንን ነገር ሳደርግ ፋይንድ አድርጌ ነበረ።
I do understand.
የነሱ ችግር እኔ ላይ ይመጣል እንዴ ብዬ ነው። ማለት የነሱ ችግር ማኖሩን እናንተ ስትነግሩኝ ያ የነሱ ችግር ወደ እኔ ይመጣል ወይስ?
So the previous violations and the fine and everything, so that will be transferred to this business also?
No, they're going to get out of paying their fines and their violations because they've transferred the license to you.
No, አንቺን አይመለከትም። ግን እነሱ ያደረጉት የነበረውን የህግ ጥሰትና ቅጣታቸውን እንዳይከፍሉ ወደ አንቺ ለአንቺ ስለሸጡ ሸጠው አምልጠዋል። ግን አንቺን ወደ አንቺ አይመጣም ያ
Okay.
Now, do you know, are you aware that if this license is granted, that either, do you know who an ABC manager is, ma'am?
አሁን ላይሰንሱን ከሰጠንሽ እንትን ላይ የኤቢሲ ማናጀር ማን እንደሆነ አሁን ታውቂያለሽ? Yes.
What's an ABC manager? Who's an ABC manager?
ማን ነው? What's ABC manager ምንድን ነው? ABC
ራሴ
manager.
ነኝ ባለቤት ነኝ ራሴ ባለቤት ማለት ነው።
Would you mind rephrasing the question? She said, I am the owner, I am.
I'm asking you, do you know what an ABC manager is?
ABC manager ሲባል ምን ማለት እንደሆነ ታውቂያለሽ ወይ?
ሁሉንም ነገር ማኔጅ የሚያደርግ ባለ ባር ማለት ነው። ባር ላይ ሁሉንም ነገር
A person who manages everything in a bar.
ኃላፊ ማለት ነው በአማርኛ።
Manager it means.
So if you're not present during the hours of operation, sales and service of alcohol, who can be there if you're not there?
እሺ አሁን አልኮል እና ሌላ አገልግሎት በምትሰጥበት ጊዜ አንቺ እዛ ባትኖሪ ለምሳሌ ዛሬ እዛ ባትኖሪ በአንቺ ቦታ ማን ይሆናል?
ወደፊት እቀጥራለሁ። አሁን ላይ ግን ራሴ ነኝ። አሁን ኦልሬዲ ዘግቼው ነው።
Currently I'm the only one but I'm planning to hire someone. Right now I close the bar so I can attend the meeting.
You said right now you're going to do what? So if you're not there, if you're not able to be there, is the bar going to remain open?
አሁን አንቺ ለጊዜው እዛ ባር ውስጥ ባትገኝ ባሩ ክፍት ይሆናል ወይ ዝግ ይሆናል?
ይዘጋል።
It will be closed. But I'm planning to hire someone in the future.
And is this someone an ABC manager?
ABC manager የሚሆን ሰው ነው ልትቀጥሪ ያሰብሽው?
አዎ።
Yes.
እንደኔ አድርጎ የሚሰራ
A person who manages the bar as me, like me.
And do you know whether or not that person needs to have a license to manage the bar when you're not there?
ስለዚህ የምትቀጥሪው ሰው እንዳንቺ ላይሰንስ እንደሚያስፈልገው ታውቂያለሽ? ባሩን ማኔጅ ለማድረግ ባለ ላይሰንስ መሆን እንዳለበት?
But
I know, yes.
And where do you get an ABC manager license from?
ለኤቢሲ ማናጀር ለመሆን ላይሰንስ ኬስ ነው የሚያገኘው?
ካብራ
ካብካ።
Can you offer nude entertainment in your bar?
የራቁት ዳንስ ባርሽ ውስጥ አገልግሎት ትሰጫለሽ?
No.
And why can't you? I'm sorry?
No.
And why can't you not offer nude entertainment in your bar?
ለምን?
ህገወጥ ነው።
That is illegal.
Why is it illegal?
እኔ ላይሰንስ አብራ ላይሰንስ ዳንሰር አይፈቀድም። ዳንሰር የለኝም ፍቃዱ የዳንሰንስ የዳንሰር
I don't have a license to conduct nude dancing and entertainment.
ተቋርጦ ነው ይቅርታ።
አይ እንትን እያሉ ነው እየጻፉ ነው።
What was the question she asked?
Why we are so quiet? What happened?
Because I'm looking through the investigative history for Kiddes Lounge to look at all the violations that they have occurred. And I want to ask you about them. That's what I'm doing. I'm reading the violations, so therefore to ask you about them. That's why I'm so quiet.
ለምንድን ነው ዝም ያለው? ምክንያቱም ቅድስት ላውንጅ ሲያደርጉት የነበረውን የህግ ጥሰት እያየሁ አንቺን ልጠይቅሽ ስለነበረ ነው። እያየሁት ስለሆነ ነው አንቺን ልጠይቅሽ።
እሺ
Okay.
And ma'am, offering a license is a privilege. It's not a right. You do not have a right to have a license. It is a privilege. If the board offers you this license, it's a privilege. And I don't want you to act like, why are we having this fact finding? Why are you questioning me? Why don't you give me the license that I've applied for? It's not you don't have a right to have a license, ma'am. It is a privilege. And we need to make sure that you exercise this privilege in the sense that you're going to operate within the terms of your license. The previous operator did not operate within the terms of their license. The previous operator had new dancing. The previous license expanded to the second floor. The previous license did not have an ABC manager on duty. The previous license operated outside of their operation hours. This is what the previous license did. And I need to make sure that if this board is going to offer you a license, that you do not do the same thing, ma'am. And I'm very concerned that you have never run a bar, you have no experience, and your position is that why are we having this fact finding? Why are you not giving me my license? And that's your position, ma'am. It's not, you're not, we don't have to give you a license, ma'am. It is a privilege. And you need to provide sufficient information that you're competent and qualified to run a business. It is a sacred license, ma'am, that we're providing you. You're going to serve alcohol to people. You need to make sure that you don't overserve. You need to make sure that you operate within the confines of the law. Because although ABCA has a lot of investigators, we're not going to come to your establishment every day to ensure that you're closed at 2:00. We're not going to come to your establishment every day to make sure that since you're operating until 6:00, that you're not serving alcohol between 2 a.m., your closing time, and 6 a.m. You're going to be open, if we approve this license, you're going to be open for 4 hours every day. And what assurances are you going to provide the board that you're not going to sell alcohol between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. every day? That is what the previous licenses did. So that's why we're having this hearing, ma'am. And I believe that you need to recognize the fact that I'm saying this one more time, giving you this license is not a right, it is a privilege. And you need to prove to this board that you deserve this privilege, not that you are entitled. And why is the board having a fact-finding hearing? Because it's your license and we should give it to you. And why are we questioning you about why giving your license, ma'am? Do you understand why we're going through this process?
በአጠቃላይ ያሉሽ ምንድን ነው? አንቺ ላይሰንስ ይሰጠኝ ስላልሽ ብቻ ላይሰንስ ማግኘት መብት አይደለም፣ ክብር ነው እንጂ እና የድሮ ባለቤቶቹ ብዙ የህግ ጥሰት ሲያደርጉ ነበር። ሁለተኛ ፍሎር ላይ ከተሰጣቸው ከላይሰንስ ውጪ የራቆት ዳንስ፣ ከሰዓት ውጭ አልኮል ሲሸጡ ነበር። አፕስቴር ሲደግዱ አሉ አልኮል ይሸጡ ነበር እና እነሱ ያደረጉት የነበረውን የህግ ጥሰት በሙሉ አንቺ ላለማድረግሽ እርግጠኛ መሆን አለብን እና አሁንም ደግሜ ልሻለው ላይሰንስ ማግኘት መብት አይደለም፣ የሚሰጠ ክብር ነው እንጂ እና ለምንድን ነው ይህንን ፋክት ፋይንዲንግ የተባለውን ለምንድን ነው ይሄ ስብሰባ የተደረገው ብለሽ ለምንድን ነው የተጠየኩት ማለት አትችይም። እኛ ላይሰንስ ከሰጠንሽ የምትሸጩ መጠጥ ስለሆነ በሰጠንሽ ሰዓት መስራትሽን በሰጠንሽ ገደብ የንግድ ፈቃድሽ በሚያዘው መሰረት መስራትሽን እርግጠኛ መሆን ስለምንፈልግ ነው እና የድሮቹ ብዙ ነገር አበላሽተዋል እና ያን ነገር እንዳይደገም ነው።
ኦኬ እሺ
ኦኬ
All right. The board will take this matter under advisement.
በዚህ ቦርዱ ይሄንን የአንቺን ጥያቄ ይመካከርበታል።
So basically, we will decide whether or not we're going to approve the transfer. So that's what the board will. We've had the fact-finding hearing, and the board will determine whether or not we will approve this license, or whether or not we'll have a hearing where you have to prove that you are qualified to get a license.
ስለዚህ አሁን ይሄ የንግድ ፍቃድ ማዘዋወሩን ቦርዱ ሊያጸድቀው ይችላል። ውድቅ ወይም ደግሞ ሌላ አንቺ በሚሰጠሽ ህግ መሰረት መስራትሽን ይህ ላይሰንስ ለአንቺ ያመለከትሽው እንትን ትክክል መሆኑን ለመወሰን ማስረጃ እንድታቀርቢ ሌላ ስሚ ይኖረናል፣ ሌላ ስብሰባ ይኖረናል።
እሺ
ኦኬ
Have a good day, ma'am.
መልካም አመሰግናለሁ። Thank you very much.
Okay.
አመሰግናለሁ። ይስጥልኝ።
Thank you so much. መልካም ቀን።
Bye, ma'am. We're now at the end of the board's calendar for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on July 16th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for July 16th, as published in the DC Register on July 11th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion before it now that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon. Thank you.